Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is SamElliott64, and welcome back, finally, to the Robocast. We are back to talk about BattleBots Season 5, or the 2020 season. How exciting. I'm joined, as ever, by Anderson9132 and Steve, the American Killjoy. Welcome back, guys.
Hello.
Oh. Oh, man. What a lead up to this. Are you kidding me? Like, we just saw the website update recently, and all of these bots look awesome. And I'm so excited that we're finally getting a season in 2020. The year hasn't been great. I'll be honest.
No.
I don't think anybody can argue that, but it's going to be nice to know that this is coming to the screen soon, and we're going to have robot fighting on TV, at least in the US. I don't know how about we'll rely on NBC Universal to get it outside the US, but we'll leave that. It's going to be awesome, and I can't wait. I don't think any of us can wait. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you look at the way things were going, I think no one really expected a season this year, but it just sort of has fell into place quite nicely, and it looks like it's going to start airing around about a month's time from now, when we're recording this, so that's pretty exciting as well. We are actually joined again with by Jevan, WorldOfWoodrow, who has been helping me out with the Robocast NewsWeek podcast. Hello, Jevan.
Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Oh, just smashing. I'm very excited for this. I've won half a pint because I've managed to miss out some of the robots on my list, but
I was so determined to get this out before you. You beat me to it. Damn it. It couldn't be helped. It couldn't be helped.
You didn't stand a chance, really.
No, I really didn't. You were ready to rumble when I was just like floundering.
I can't believe somebody beat me.
If your internet worked, Sam, it would have happened. But...
Well, yeah. Never mind, eh?
Who knows?
Yeah. Let's talk about the 2020 season first of all. Obviously, it has to be fairly obvious to note that a lot of the international teams aren't coming back. Teams like your Monsoons, the Chinese teams Wonhu, and Railgun Max, of course, Minotaur not coming back this year. I think most notably the champions. Wonru. Most importantly, Bite Force, the champions aren't coming back this season, which for me is a bit of a shame because obviously they've won 2 of the last 3 seasons. They've won 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
They are the team to beat, and them not being there does leave a little bit of a hole. But at the same time, it has to be said, it's exciting to see potentially a new champion. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to this season because it'll keep it fresh. Bite Force is one, like you said, a lot, and it'll be nice to see something new for a change. Although I will admit, I was kind of looking forward to seeing Bite Force eventually lose. But we can always see that next season, I guess, if it does lose, which it might not. I don't know.
It's going to be similar to how Hazard skipped out on Season 2 back in the Comedy Central era, where you missed out on having that robot there, and nobody could take the crown away that season, but it gave other robots a chance to shine, and I think we're going to have that here. Another notable missing robot is Death Roll, an undefeated robot from Australia. Had a great comeback season in Season 4 after getting trounced in Season 2. The reboot seasons, obviously, but it's going to be nice to see a whole brand new field of robots, and there still are a bunch that are coming back from the previous seasons, of course. So that's going to be great as well, and maybe some returning robots that are going to have more of a chance this time. Not to say that they didn't have a chance before, but I mean, time goes on, and there's just more evolution. So hopefully, some robots that maybe didn't shine so well last time are going to get their chance this time.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. I'll come to you, Jevan, first for the next bit. I want to talk about the new branding that BattleBots has had going on with the red and the blue. You were fairly quick to point out when you were doing the news that they've done a red hero shot and a blue hero shot representing the red and blue squares. And as well as that, I can't remember who mentioned it. We actually tried recording this last week for those that don't know. The red and blue is every single major sporting event in the US. So be it, NHL, NBA.
No, NHL is the one that isn't actually.
Right.
Oh, is it not? Oh, okay. The one I said, NFL, that's what I meant. NFL, yes. NBA, they all have the red and blue logos. PGA Tour as well, I believe, also has that. the red and blue kind of token logo system. What do you guys think of the new branding the BattleBots have brought out? I want to start with Jevan on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone on record a lot as saying I absolutely adore it. The hero shots are smashing, and the red and the blue. I mean, if we are pushing for BattleBots to be a sporting show, then I feel that we should lean into this sort of thing more often. And having the two walkways for them to walk on with their colours of what square they're going to be stood in not only helps with like socially distancing and knowing where you're going to go and stand in the box this season, but it's just a really nice aesthetic thing to see. I suppose it makes it feel more professional than them just stopping at the end of a corridor, walking down it, going, "Oh, look, we've come out the same corridor as they have," even though it's a bit of set. Now it feels like a bit more of a purpose to it. So yeah, I'm all for it. I love it, and I can't wait to see it on all the lovely HD cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look fantastic, and hopefully the TV shots will do the new lighting justice. I'm also really glad to see that the talent on the show, Farouk, Chris and Kenny, and Jenny Taft have all returned for the new season as well. I think the addition of Jenny last year was really quite inspired, and I think that of all the things that they've added since BattleBots has come back, this is kind of the thing that's kind of stuck, and I'm glad that she's coming back for another season. She offered quite a lot of good insight last time.
Yeah, the best part, or one of the best parts of the 2018 season was the BattleBots Resurrection things that were on YouTube exclusive, and they sort of integrated that into the show in 2019 with Jenny, and it was a section I really enjoyed, and it wasn't just a token person goes and looks at robot. It was actually going in detail about what we were seeing, and she was fully invested into it, was really excited for it. I mean, it is her job to be a sports sort of presenter. This is what she does. So she was a welcome addition, and, was so professional, really worked well with the team.
Yeah, I'm super excited to have her back too. I'm super excited to have Chris and Kenny back. I'm super excited to have Farouk back. This is one of those things where like they've been talking about this for the whole year coming up to this, where we had Chris have that great moment in the middle of the year where where we had socially distant robot fighting, and he jumped in on that too, and that was a wonderful thing to hold us over. And there is a huge push to get robot fighting back on the TV, and I'm just super excited to have everybody back. Consistency in the sport is very important. It's good to come back and always have the same presenters. It gives it a little bit of cohesiveness, and I really can appreciate the production team having that in mind, and I'm just excited. I can't contain it.
Yep, absolutely. Right then, folks, shall we talk about some robots?
Let's
Suppose.
Do it.
So, as usual, we will be discussing all of the robots in alphabetical order as they appear on the BattleBots website. Now, of course, I don't know how I'm going to edit this yet. I might do it all as one big podcast. I might do it as two separate ones. It'll probably be all one big one, to be honest with you. Seems more, better that way, I think. And there's less teams to deal with than there was last year. So, again, probably a little bit easier to digest. So, with that said, let's start at the beginning with Aegis.
Yes.
Kind of interesting shape. I believe the robot is armored in fiberglass, hence the sponsoring down the side of fiberglassed. Very good. Aegis is a lifter on a front lifter with just kind of like a domed shell. I don't know how else to describe it. It looks very interesting. It's a unique design, that's for sure. What do you guys think?
It looks like an Apple Mac mouse.
It does.
It's sort of as close you're going to get to a full body flipper, I think. It's really interesting. The team have been very eager to show this thing off originally, and then stopped showing it off sort of as the season was approaching, and this is the first time we've seen it finished. There was some test box footage of it where it showed it sort of flipping. It's got quite a rapid flipper. I'm not sure how powerful or potent. I didn't see it actually flipping anything. It was just without anything on it to flip test, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that they've gone for something different. They're not a 4-wheel drive vert. They're not a traditional flipper that you see in the US, sort of like your Broncos and your Hydras. It's definitely something that we've not seen before, and they're testing new grounds. Obviously, they're also testing old grounds with the fiberglass shell. We probably know how well that will hold up against things like spinners, but maybe they're bringing something new that we don't know about to reinforce that fiberglass. So it'll be interesting to see it in action, I think.
It would be fun to see it go against a spinner, definitely.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it'll come off in chunks, wouldn't it, rather than...
It would just be shredded.
Yeah.
No, I genuinely like the design because it just looks so interesting and different, and I'm all for that. You know me, I'm all for originality, and I mean, I'm going to sound a bit like Mr. Psycho here when I say this. One thing he hates about a lot of flippers is they're just generic wedges. Well, this isn't a generic wedge; it's actually got some substance to it. I'll admit the CAD did make it look a bit more gold, so I will admit the yellow looks, or the gold that they've used looks a little less shiny, and that loses points because I like shiny things. But no, I mean it's a completely new machine. The only thing we can really expect from this is for it to enter and do its hardest, and best of luck to them.
It looks like a really short roly-poly in a way, where it's got like that. Like that's what I mean. Like I expect it to crumple up into a ball and roll away, but it's a good-looking machine. I know in previous shots we saw a tiger on the front of it, and it looks like that's missing this time, and that might have been a problem with the time in between of getting everything ready. I really would have liked to see that. But it still looks really cool. It's cool to see a robot that almost kind of has a sort of rollover design, not too Ivanhoe-ish, but it's got that rounded edge. We have so many robots in the field that are sharp edges and sharp wedges and very boxy looking. So it's cool to see a robot that has more of an aerodynamic shape. So I mean, we'll see how it does. I expect something interesting to come from this robot. I hopefully get some TV fights. I would really hope for it to not be one of those robots that we see here and then we don't see on TV. So I hope it's one of those robots that really shows off its worth, because it looks really cool, and I think there's a lot that can come from it.
Yep, absolutely. A robot that's kind of not entirely the same pool of thought as Aegis is Atom number 94. This is one of the very few international teams that are actually in the 2020 season of BattleBots, representing India. The first ever Indian BattleBot, I believe, to my knowledge. And it's not a terrible looking thing, is it? Like, you look at the standard of, say, One Who and Railgun Max we set last season for, like, the quote-unquote developing, robot combat nations. This is right up there in terms of that, level of quality, and it does look fairly good.
I mean, the biggest design feature of it that has caught my eye is the amount of redundancy on their weapon. I mean, they've got 4 weapon belts. We saw with Death Roll last year that having 2 really proved useful. When one went down, they could still spin that thing. Having 4, it means that thing's going to be running for a fair old time. It looks as though from test footage they've got a fair old whack to them as well. I think their biggest issue is going to be sort of ground clearance around the sides. If they end up in a fight potentially against Aegis or potentially against Hydra, we could end up seeing them flying. But yeah, I think it's a decent looking machine, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it's nice to see India actually coming into it, because you don't really hear much about India in apparently there's a country that's been quite known for Robot Combat for a while in its own country, but like outside of there, it's mainly been known for safety issues, because we've seen it before. Videos of an arena without a roof on, etc., etc., etc. But obviously that's because they were just starting out and didn't know all the rules, and they've actually refined all those rules now. And this, I think, will be a breaking point for India to get themselves on the map, I guess, when it comes to robot combat. And people might actually start turning their heads towards it, because this is a fine-looking robot. It doesn't, it doesn't look like something that's coming from a country that's never entered before. This looks like it could have been entered by an actual team from a country that's been in robot combat for a long time. It looks stunning. It looks effective. I like Jevan said, I love the 4 weapon belts. I think that's going to really work in their favor. And all power to them, all credit to them, and I really hope it does well, because it would be nice to see an international team do well this season.
And that's the thing, where we're going to see a lower amount of international teams this season. So it's nice to see India, and there's a little bit of Canada in this team. I'm noticing from their photo, we have India on one half of their shirt, and on the other shoulder we have Canada. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. Hopefully, it's as reactive as Plutonium, which is atom number 94. So I would expect that hopefully from this robot. It's got the asymmetrical looking blades on the front here, so that's going to increase bite. It's definitely something that we should look out for. I like the blue. I wish there was more blue on this robot. I feel like this robot could use a little bit more color. That's the only thing I would say. But that's another one of those things where it's very nitpicky. So it's definitely got a really nice aesthetic, and I really hope the team does well going on, because it's always good to have more representation around the world for robot combat.
It reminds me a lot of Brutus from a couple of seasons ago. That's
I can see that,
the kind of parallel that I've got. It doesn't look terrible at all. As you guys said, it looks very competently built. It looks like it's got the potential to cause some real damage. Hopefully we do get to see that, but obviously we have to remember this is also like not the most experienced of teams. I don't know their particular history in India and Canada, so there's every chance that they may not be as successful as we think they may be, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very solid design, and I all the power to them, you know.
This is when it turns out they're India's version of Bite Force and they've won everything.
Maybe. There's every chance. Next up is a returning competitor from the last 2 seasons. It is the green and pink lurid menace that is Axe Backwards. They've got 2 chonky looking wheels this time around, a lot more. It looks proportionally right this time, doesn't it? That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
It's let's put it like this.
Nobody wants to touch this one. Oops.
Let's put it like this. Okay. It hasn't had the greatest success in the last 2 seasons. I don't know if it actually has any wins. I'll be honest with you.
I think it has. Doesn't it have one? Does it? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Total wins 1.
Oh, okay. So
Woo!
Axe Backwards has. I don't remember. Who would it have been?
It beat Ultimo Destructo
Oh, very
in 2018.
nice. Oh, very good.
That's not really saying anything, is it? Continuing.
Yeah. With that said, this is definitely the best looking Axe Backwards has ever been.
100%.
Oh, definitely.
I'm drawing a lot of similarities to Barbarous from classic Robot Wars, where they came along with this big, beefy design to start with that didn't really work out in their favour. Yeah. They then changed up the design, which was a step in the right direction, but wasn't quite right. And by their 3rd outing, they were causing a lot of damage. Just ripping up the competition. It really is something that I want to see this thing do well, because I love Barbarous. I'll not lie, it's a fun machine, and this team and this robot are also a lot of fun. There's not enough fun robots in the world, so keep going and doing what you're doing, Kurt Durgin, and I'm very excited for them, and I'm really hoping they do well this year.
I also think the Axes look really good this year as well.
I mean, they tried to use a sort of thwackbot attack method last year when the drum wasn't working for them. So, with a chunkier axe, they could cause some damage that way, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be very interesting to see this robot, because it definitely has flattered to deceive, and it definitely looks the part, but it just hasn't had that punch that we would expect a full body drum to have, because that's a lot of weight. And for those of us who understand physics, it's when you put more weight away from a center of rotation, you get a higher moment of inertia, and that's what a full body drum is meant to do. You'll see a lot of drums in this competition, and I think it's really kind of showed how the increased understanding of this concept. You'll see a lot of drums that are hollow on the inside, but all the weight is toward the outside, to get more of that energy, more of that kinetic energy into your weapon and be able to put that into your opponent. That's the idea. Is it going to work this time? Kurt, I really hope for you. You're a really good guy, and I go to your tournaments, and you're a wonderful person. I really hope that this particular Axe Backwards shows that this isn't just a good-looking design, it's an effective one. So we'll see, because 2 seasons worth of fights from this robot have definitely not been its best. So we'll definitely see whether or not if the third time is the charm for this machine.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Yeah, it always flatters to deceive a little bit. So hopefully this season will be the season there they can turn up the wick and hopefully get a few wins under their belt. Next, I've just kicked my printer. Next up is Anderson's just disappeared. We may get him back in a minute. Next up is a newcomer to the arena. It is Axolotl. They're one of the teams that originally weren't due to come to BattleBots in 2020, but they have come with a very solid-looking machine. You still can't convince me that this robot isn't to a Deathlingo, but with a spinner. But it is a damn fine-looking thing, and I like the extra chunky wheels on the outside. I like the look of the spinner. It's just a cool-looking thing, isn't it? It is just nice.
Mm-hmm.
Bearing in mind that this is a brand new team to Robot Combat, they've never fought with anything else before. The team formed a month before filming. They've built it a month before filming, or in the month leading up to filming. And it looks like a tried and tested robot. It doesn't look like a first time outing, to be honest.
No, it doesn't.
There's some design choices in there that are quite good. I mean, you've got, two wheels on either side, meaning if one goes, you've got another one to keep driving. You've got a decent looking vertical spinner on it. You've got some hinged wedgelets on the front. You've got a lot of width, which is always fun to see. And it's pink, and that is just an excellent design choice. And
it sure is.
You can't go wrong.
It's pink.
Yes.
As I said, you can't go wrong.
Yes, you bloody well can. It's pink. And of course, the reason why it looks like two Flamingo is because they took a basic idea. I'm joking, Sam. I'm joking. Honestly,
carry on, please.
No. The only thing that upsets me about this is that it's called Axolotl and it has a spinner and not an axe, because that is a pun waiting to happen.
No, because
did not take advantage of the pun.
Listen, Axolotl is a type of creature. An axolotl.
Yes, I know.
Wait.
I'm
There's
just saying.
stickers.
I did
There
just
are
say that's a
stickers on the
perfect chance
robot.
for a pun.
There are stickers on the robot with an axolotl holding axes.
Yeah, maybe it was originally going to be an axe and they
that
changed their
doesn't
mind. Maybe they just changed their mind.
Maybe, yeah.
And went, oh, hang on, that's been done.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It had two axes. I was, oh shit. Oh no, what have we done now? This is fine for a first attempt. Honestly, I don't want to sound horrible. I don't see it doing well, but anything can happen. So, good luck to them. They've done a great job considering because they built it in a month, as Jevan said, and I think that's incredible.
Right? Yeah. So let's step back for a second here. That cannot be overstated with the fact that this thing was built in a month. And it looks like this. Are you kidding me? That's
very
awesome.
impressive. It's very impressive.
It's super.
There are people that spend like 18 months on a box, so this is impressive.
Exactly. Over engineering like I do.
Don't we all?
Dude, it took
so
me
much so you haven't
years
built it
to
yet.
finish my weight, and I'm still not finished my Beetle. So whatever. Yeah, I'm super excited about this team. It's always cool to see new teams. It does look really competent for being a little around a 1 month build, and it looks like it has a lot of functionality that would make for a successful design. We have wedgelets, we have hinged wedgelets, we have a beefy, chonky looking spinner. I do worry about it being able to get under other robots and get that spinner into action. It's going to have to be driven well. There is some external chaining that I can see for the wheels, so hopefully that won't get clipped by anything getting behind it. Aside from that, it looks really nice, and I don't know. It's going to remain to be seen how effective they are in the arena. Being first-time competitors, I can tell you from first-hand experience, the controls start to get jittery in your hands. So this is going to be their first outing, and it's one of the biggest tournaments in the world. So I wish them the best of luck, and hopefully everything goes well for them.
Definitely. Why has it got elongated fingernails sticking out of its back?
I think that's
because it didn't trim them.
I think that's just like the axolotl kind of weird fin things that they've got going on.
Like they've got those like weird things. Yeah, of course. No, genuinely, fair play to them.
Yeah, it looks great.
This is what quarantine does. You don't trim your nails, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they don't. Who knows? I'm going to move on from Axolotl if we can.
Yes, sure.
Next up is the return of a team from back in 2018. A team that previously funded their own way there. It was Bale Spear. And Bale Spear has got a radical change. It's an all-new machine. It looks a lot more farm-friendly. Is that the right way to describe it? It looks a lot more like that's the way I can describe it, really. It looks a lot more like a agricultural machine. But I love that for it, because that's the point, right?
I mean, it does look like it's about to go out and plough a field, doesn't it?
It really does. It's got 2 barns as its like defensive front panels. You know.
I like how it's got tractor tires.
Yes, it looks.
You didn't know that.
Yeah, it just looks like an agricultural machine, and I love it. It has a lot that's appealing to me.
Yeah, I know it's not intentional, but it looks like it's got eyes on the front of it, and that's just very cute.
Those 2 little bolts on the silo.
Yeah, you can't unsee it now.
Yeah.
It's a silo, is it? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I mean, anyway.
Oh, stop it. So anyway, this team is known for making robots. Yeah, this team is known for making robots that do look like agricultural equipment, and that has basically been embodied into this heavyweight. It's definitely got a look. It remains to be seen how effective this puncher poker thing is going to be, but it looks like it can be tilted and actuated, and I want to see how well it does, because we don't have enough robots with different looking weaponry, because we have spinners galore and we have flippers galore in robot combat, so it's cool to see a team do something completely different. It looks like something you would see maybe years ago, when we first went off the air, but it's nice to see it hark back to an age of robot where it still could be effective, but I do worry about the thin metal on the outside holding those wheels in. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I like about it is they've sort of taken the old school, like I'm talking like mid-90s spike cannon, and actually made it more revolutionary and modern. I think that's a really cool look at it. And to be fair, they've gone from, because let's be honest now, Bale Spear 2018, being realistic here, was just a box with some chonky tires on it. Let's be real now.
I mean, this is too, but this has a lot more personality.
That's what I'm saying. They're taking that idea, they're just giving it so much more personality, and I love it. And I love the tractor tires, and I just love the spike, and I love that it lifts, and it's awesome. I hope it goes all the way.
We will see how they get on. Another returning team, back from 2016, so 4 years ago now. It's been a long time coming. They've been playing around in China for the last couple of years, but they're back. It's Beta. Wowee. It looks good. The only problem is that I have with Beta, and it's been mentioned, there's a couple of things. The first thing is the proportions are just way out for me. The hammer looks way too short. I don't know what it is. It just bothers me infinitely. I can't describe why it is, but it irks me on a real level.
Well, you're used to seeing Beta with a much longer... Had we not seen what Beta looked like before this, you'd probably be all over this thing. The fact that we have a previous notion of what Beta is supposed to look like and how long the original hammer was, I think that's really what's going on. I mean, that would just be an onlooker looking on. That seems to be the thing that's off about this.
I mean, the thing to remember with a lot of combat robots these days is they're all getting smaller.
Yes.
Like, every season, robots are just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and you go, where has the rest of it gone? It's the same for Beta, I feel. This is a smaller version so that they can, really optimize some parts of it. They've got a big, thick front wedge that looks just like it's going to tank some hits. Their whole weapon setup is more inside the robot than it was before, so it's not going to be taken out the same way sort of how Tombstone did in 2016. They've got the rear wheels, which I agree look odd, but that's because we're used to not seeing them, and I think over time we will get used to them. They're there for a functional reason. They're there so that if they do end up driving up somebody's wedge, they can drive backwards off it. This four-wheel drive version is going to be really good. They've got magnets underneath to pull them to the floor so they don't flop about like a fish again. This is just an optimized version of Beta, and I think we will get used to it.
Yeah.
Or at least I hope we will.
Definitely. I mean, I will admit I was a bit off for the old the back piece. It kind of looks like a crab coming out of its shell.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's because we haven't seen it. We're not used to it. And basing your opinion just entirely on the robot's looks would be a bit wrong. You have to also take into consideration how well it's going to do. And I do think this has a lot of potential. Because let's be honest, this team know what they're doing. They've been around for years and years and years. They know what they're doing. Yes, they've had their bad luck spells in the past, but with a lot of heavy hitters not being back this season, they could very well have a chance. On another note, and again, sorry to make again with faces, those two bolts combined with that like little black triangle make it look like a baby narwhal, which I think is adorable. So there we go.
I definitely don't think
that's a baby narwhal.
Is it Kawaii Beta?
Ooh. Oh, let's not go there. Let's instead move on to another foreign team. There are actually quite a few foreign teams. I didn't actually realize how many there were until looking through the list. But there's
one more thing. One more thing before we move on from Beta. It's air instead of electric. That is another thing.
Yes. It's gas powered hammer, isn't it? This
John
time?
Reed returning to what he knows best.
Yes.
Which is good because that thing is going to come down with a lot of power now, and I'm very, very, very much looking forward to seeing it in action because we've missed Beta. Let's be honest.
Yes, we have. Yes,
it's nice seeing Tanjay, but we've missed seeing John Ree with a big Axolotl hammer.
And
finally,
somebody was saying that this new version of Beta looks more like the Hexbug toy than the old one.
Yes, it does.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Which is maybe that's where they got the design inspiration from. Ooh.
Exactly. It's like Robot Wars Arenas of Destruction came out before Terahertz did, and we saw Terahertz on that game first.
We did. We absolutely did. Moving on then, we move on to the Brazilian team Uaria with their robot Black Dragon. Yes, the top 16 contender coming back.
Yes.
With I have to say, a very similar looking machine to last season, but obviously it's just very well optimized this time. They've kind of fused together the plow and the fork setup to kind of, a best of both situation. Or would it be the worst of both? I don't know. I believe they've also removed the flamethrower as well.
It's like they've entered the cube and hit the simplify button, and this is what we have now. I mean, again, they have 2 weapon belts, so that thing is going to keep spinning for a fair old while. But yeah, the whole appeal of the front wedge before was that it took the blows from the spinners, the big horizontals, and maybe those front wedgelets can be removed. Maybe they're meant to be taken off before the fight and not by another robot. Well, hey, but I think I'm not sure about this new look Black Dragon, and as Anderson said, it's not fair to judge it on looks alone. But if I were, I'd say I prefer last season's, to be honest.
Looks wise, definitely, and probably gimmick wise. I mean, and going back to what you said, because obviously in the last wars it was more like a scoop, wasn't it? The front, and we've seen that wedges can get torn off, but that scoop especially was good at dealing with verticals as well. For example, when it beat Minotaur in the Desperado final, it proved that it could attack. And I'm just a bit worried that this setup might not work to their favour. Obviously, this is just speculation. I have no idea what I'm talking about half the time. And watch it now win. I've said that, but I'm with Jevan. I preferred last season's, but it's nice to see them come back because they were rookies in the last season. Sorry, they did really well. So it's nice to see them come back and see what they can do now that they've got, again, a bit more of a stripped down playing field to play with. So who knows? Good to see them come back.
Yep, and as well with them is the mascot, Mono Duck. Is back.
Of course.
And hopefully he will power them to victory. But yeah, I'm going off of what you guys have already said. It looks very similar. Why would you change it? It worked really well last time. I think it worked better than anybody expected it to. Winning Desperado, beating Minotaur, beating a lot of other robots, and having a really good showing. I will miss the flamethrower, but it's going to be Black Dragon. It's going to be exactly what we expect it to be, and more, hopefully. So maybe it'll make a push farther this year, and we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, it's cool to see a Brazilian team to actually make it to BattleBots. This is another one of those. It's cool to see international teams actually make it, considering the circumstances.
Yeah.
But it would have been better if it was Minotaur. Right, moving on.
Oh gosh.
You keep telling yourself that, Anderson. Next up is a newcomer to the arena. It is Black Widow, which, contrary to the way it looks, is not a walker. I found this out last week. It's not a walker.
Yeah, what is it? It's Gloomweaver that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gloomweaver. Yeah, Gloomweaver's the walker. Black Widow is the wheeled machine, which has a nice little drum spinner. It reminds me the shape of the main chassis and the front plow reminds me a lot of Warrior, like Warrior Clan, Warrior Dragon, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of just the shape of the machine. There's absolutely no relation between the two. I'm absolutely certain of that. But it just the way it looks, it just reminds me of Warrior. This has come straight out of the early 2000s. I'm convinced of it. This is like prime Series 6 Robot Wars level of robot. This, isn't it? Look at it. It looks really nice.
Yes,
it looks
definitely.
cool, but it's a bit. To me, it seems a bit dated. But that's to be expected
It
when you
looks
only
like
have
a
a month
shed
to
build.
prepare. Yeah.
Yes, and the more here's the thing, and we've talked about it a bunch, and I think other podcasts have, where it's BattleBots is seen as a show where you can't enter shed builds. You have to enter these catted machines and these things that have had iterative design in Fusion 360 or what's the other one, SolidWorks, or it has to have so much math on it. No, this is a team that put this together and are entering BattleBots without it looking like a work of art, and it looks like a work of art in a different way because it looks like abstract art. But it's one of those things where you need bots like this, and we always say it, and I'm going to harp on it forever, where I do a lot of math on my machines, and it probably is my downfall. But it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's nice to see robots that you could just build and not have to worry about doing all this, learning about CAD and learning about advanced mathematics and all these things. You can build a robot. This is very good for the show because I think it's starting to be seen as something that can't be accessed by you and me kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like it used to be seen as a sport where, for example, families or schools or friends and neighbors and work colleagues could all enter. And of course, nowadays you look at it and you think, yeah, I'm not spending about 20 grand to be smashed up in 2 hits by Tombstone. Are you mental? Yes. So it's nice to see a robot actually entering that does sort of look like it's from that area of robot builder, if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's not just a sport about the elite. Obviously you want to see these top machines fighting against each other. Of course you do, but you also want to see the underdog cause a surprise. And if there's no underdog, there's no surprise. If you look in previous seasons, like look at Robot Wars for example. So TR2, as an example, was built in a shed. It wasn't, it wasn't especially highly advanced. It was probably built for about £1,000, but it was able to beat Carbide, which was a really, well-engineered, highly thought-out, elite machine.
Yes,
It's
had the best win-loss record of the series as well.
It did. Yeah. It did. Yes. Like that, my point being, you don't have to have all the exotic materials to have the best robot. Sometimes you could just turn up with grit and determination and actually pull off a result or two. Yes, okay, 9 times out of 10 it goes the other way, but every now and then.
we can't avoid the fact that in its picture we can see wires behind the drum.
Yes.
So, we'll leave it at that kind of thing. We'll just let that be.
There is one fun thing that I absolutely love about this machine, and I'm starting to like this machine more and more. At the back of the machine, there are silly string launchers.
Like a silk web.
Aesthetic. Can you imagine if you got Tombstone coming up behind it and all of a sudden silly string beats it?
Jams at that spinner. That would be amazing. I want this thing to win now. Come on, Gloomweaver. Not Gloomweaver. Shit. Come on, Black Widow.
Now you're doing it.
Not all robots look the same.
Moving on from Black Widow, we move on to a returning competitor in Bloodsport. This thing looks absolutely unbelievable. They have revolutionized the robot that basically looked like Tornado Mer last season, and this is a bespoke machine.
Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I mean, okay, I'll admit, I'm a little upset they've got rid of the hockey puck design because that was kind of part of the gimmick. But I don't really. I mean, that's a nitpick. This thing looks stunning, and I like the 3-tier spinner because we don't really see many 3-tier spinners, do you, these days?
Oh,
They do.
Ever
actually
really.
is probably the only one.
They do
Yeah.
have
You see asymmetrical ones or twos, you know.
Well,
Yeah.
you got Son of Waiachi, obviously, but other than that, there's
Yeah.
not many others. They actually have got quite the number of setups. They've got Disc, I believe, as well. They've got the returning 2-tooth bar from last time as well. I like how it's now not a hockey puck, it is a square as well, and it has the wedgelets. There's a lot of things ticking a lot of boxes with Bloodsport, isn't there, this time around? It
self-writes really well as well now.
It does.
Always good.
We've seen footage of that as well, so... Bloodsport. They were unlucky not to get into the top 16 last time. They were in a win and you're in match, which they lost in the end to Uppercut.
Yeah, it was uppercut and Railgun Max.
Yeah.
It was a good fight. If anything, it killed itself because its spinner knocked it out over the sidewalk.
Yes. Very true.
So fingers crossed that won't happen again this time. But yeah, I honestly, I mean, I'm not going to say it outright, but I wouldn't be surprised if when we do our top 16 predictions, this would be in my top 16 predictions. I wouldn't be shocked at that because
I am going to say it outright. They are in my top 16 predictions because
same.
this thing is just tasty, and by God, they have worked hard on it. From where they were last season to this, it looks incredible. It performs smashingly. Like just the test videos alone that we've seen, as Anderson said, it can self-right every time. It spins so fast, it hits so hard. They've got the wedgelets now to get underneath opponents, but not so that it's going to go into the weapon system and all that. They've got like catchers on the top of the wedges so that the robot gets to exactly where they want it, and then it goes no further. And you know, this thing is just beautiful, and I adore it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how effective those wedgelets at the front are with the helicopter blades splitting over them. I almost wonder if that's something that they want to have just as in case something does happen to the weapon, that they still have ability to push and get underneath other robots. So
I mean, it's something they can't do as a hockey puck, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little difficult to know where the front is on a hockey puck. I mean, just telling there's a couple other robots down the list here where where sometimes you gotta wonder where the front is. Like, do you have a light poking out the top, or do you have a pole, just like this robot does, where you know where the front is? Before, when it was a hockey puck shape, so it's definitely got a lot of really refined features, and they've definitely gone back to school of really figuring out how to make this robot work. And I would expect it to have much more success this season. Of course, the spin up time has to be faster, the biggest improvement,
and as well as that
they're going to make.
They also had problems last time with it just cutting out, didn't they? If you remember,
yes.
They just had like periods of inactivity, which really hurt them, especially in their fight against Black Dragon last season. It really hurt them. We will see. I think Bloodsport has the damage potential to be something special this year, but they have to be very careful.
So yeah, we've all praised it. So watch it go 0-4. Wonderful.
Yep.
Hey.
Basically, it's how it works. Next up, well, speaking of 0-4, the next robot on the list on the website is a team that no one expected to come back this season, given that they declared that they weren't going to, and they did. It's Bronco. Yes.
Bronco. I'm going to say it now. I'm happy they're back.
Me too.
It wouldn't be BattleBots without them.
It really wouldn't
legends,
be.
You know.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be BattleBots without them. I mean, I know a lot of people. This robot I see is a very Marmite robot. Half the people out there love it. The other half don't really like it at all. I don't see the. I mean, I understand. I mean, don't get me wrong. He got his ass handed to it 4 times last year, so I understand that. And
but look who
Hydra
it was
is definitely
fighting.
the new big clip on the block.
Yeah.
So but look at who it was fighting. Yeah, okay, fine. Hydra is the new flipper on the block. I get that, but it's good to see Bronco back. You know,
It
they
really
are
is.
legends of the sport. They deserve to be
They've been
on
there
the
since
show,
day one.
and it's
Yeah.
Well,
and it's not
certainly
BattleBots without
televised.
them.
Yeah. The only thing I miss is the fact that it's not 6-wheel drive. But you know what? You can't. Look, Bronco is Bronco, isn't it? You know what you're getting, and look how it did in Remars. Okay, yes, it got absolutely annihilated by Witch Doctor, but it got its payback against free shipping when free shipping didn't have Bronco's welds breaking and what have you. Bronco is a solid machine. Yes, it went 0.
It's Anderson's favorite kind of flipper.
Yep.
Yes, it is my favorite kind of flipper. I don't know what it is about these flippers. I love them. I don't know why.
Mhm.
I just always have.
Perhaps
Also,
it's
going back to what
exposure to like wedge-shaped flippers, but you
Yeah.
know, this is something different to that, and that's
Yeah.
not a bad thing.
going to what Sam was saying a moment ago about the wheels. Why isn't it track driven? We need a tracked Bronco. That
A
would look
track
awesome.
flipper.
Maybe
We
one
want a
day.
track flipper, and then its turning would be good. Hey,
Tell you
win-win.
So
Anyway,
Hexbug made the tracked module, and it's one of my favourite setups is to put the crappy little flipper on it and just have that as the flipper. It's just fun and it works.
It sure
all I have
does.
to say.
It sure does.
We don't know what capacity Bronco is competing in
No,
yet. This is
yeah.
worth saying.
Yeah, Bronco are there, but whether they're actually compete, kind of like Sharkoprian and Nightmare last year, we don't
Right,
really know what
yeah.
they're doing because they turn up quite late from my information.
Yeah,
They
there's
wouldn't
rumblings
do
about
that,
a few.
would
Yeah,
they?
yeah. No,
the Bronco
There's-
team turning up late? No, never.
there's rumblings about a few robots on this list that may be there, but may be in.
A lesser capacity.
Yes, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean that's remained to be seen. We have absolutely no idea.
No,
who's
we
who's
sure don't.
really going on.
No, we don't. One team though that have come back and have been there since the very beginning of every reboot series. It is Captain Shrederator.
Moving on.
No, you can't say moving on because Captain Shrederator, I still think has the ability to cause major problems in this competition. I really do.
If they're going to do
No.
it, it's going to be this year.
And I'll tell
They
you-
have brought several different shells.
They have.
All with different sort of weapon setups,
Mhm.
teeth in all sorts of different places. They're well armored on top. It could do well. And I feel, yes, we know that if they get flipped over, that's them done. But you have to flip them first. And it's not as easy as it's seen to be. They've gone up against some big names. Last season, they fought Witch Doctor, for example, which was top 2. And they put on a really good show. They fought Blacksmith, put on a really good show. This is a machine that has come back relatively unchanged every season, and they keep trying the same things over and over again, and it's not worked out best for them. I think their win record is 2 wins, 9 losses, but stop it, Anderson.
You can't laugh at that. Come on now. But at the end of the day, as well,
Have a presence.
another thing you have to think of as well is look who they're facing and look who they're fighting against. In 2018, yes, they got beaten, but I think they got beaten by, was it Endgame? They got beaten. Who else fought them as well? They fought some other big teams. They've beaten Death Roll in the past.
Yes,
They have.
You can't.
Yeah,
They
a
have
long
got
time
pedigree.
ago, but they did beat it.
They've got pedigree.
Mhm.
That's the thing. They're a big name, and you can't
Vanquish.
They did. You can't disrespect them. At the end of the day, they have got pedigree, and if you underestimate them, they will beat you. They've won trophies before.
Yeah, I mean, their fact on the website, which confused me for a minute, was that it's the current reigning heavyweight champion of the Robot Fighting League. Now, I'm imagining that's a competition that's been finished for
Long
years.
gone.
But, it still stands that they are heavyweight champions before, and this machine has performed really well in the past.
That's like saying Chaos 2 would do well now.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's literally what I was going to say. And also on the argument of, but look who it faced, and the way I look at it is that's the whole point of the competition. You're going to face them eventually. That's more, But I mean, yeah, it's okay. Fair enough. They're back, and fair play to them for trying every year. I'll give them that. But I've lost my appeal for the machine personally, and I don't see it going very far. Again, that's not me being a dick. That's just what
it needs to be made out of the same material that Captain America's shield
Oh,
is made out of
vibranium.
for it to really have a chance.
Vibranium.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's move on to a work of art.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that this team are used to not bringing a work of art, because they've brought works of art for every season of BattleBots, and this season is no exception. This is the return in 2020 of Chomp. Now, Chomp, of course, is famed for 2 things. 1, falling over, and 2, beating Bite Force.
Yeah.
Shut up.
They won't get the chance to do so
Reminding
this
me
year.
about that.
It wasn't a jab at you directly.
No, it wasn't.
Right.
This robot
I'm
is
gonna-
something else.
I'm gonna say this much. and I can't believe I'm saying it, I like Chomp now. Yes, fine. You know what I mean? I didn't like the previous Chomp because, yeah, okay, I've always maintained that Zoe, isn't it?
So yeah.
She's a fantastic roboteer, a bloody genius, an inspiration to the sport. She's brilliant. But Chomp did my head in because it was too much technology. The design was awkward, and because of that, it lost several fights constantly, and it just had its issues. But this just looks so much nicer. It looks good. They've taken the technology side of things and they've moved it into something else. Because they've made it a walker. They've made that delicious-looking hammer, which looks absolutely fantastic. And I don't know about you guys, but I think it looks very classical. I think it looks very old school, that hammer.
It does.
Yeah.
Do you guys see where I'm coming from with that? I just love this thing. I think it's awesome, and I cannot wait to see it. I really can't, because to be fair to her and the team, they realised finally that the old Chomp wasn't quite working out. They've gone back to the drawing board. They've come up with something even more awesome technology-wise. I can't wait to see this in the battle box. I really can't.
This is
a 500-pound machine. This is the heaviest BattleBot ever, and it's incredible. They have not wasted a single pound of that. Like, the walker system is 1 unit. The weapon system is just, it's mental. It's massive. And, there's loads of weight in it. That hammer looks brutal. It swings over very fast. I'm really hoping that they're keeping the sort of LiDAR system, the semi-autonomous part of it going as well, because it was an amazing innovation that they had made. It just, as somebody who also didn't really like Chomp before, this is an incredible machine. And the people that have been saying online, oh, it's Chomp though, well, just give it a chance, just let it fight and see what happens first before you start making accusations that this is a bad robot or whatever. You've not seen it yet.
Can I just say as well, the fact before Anderson jumps in, there is so much going on in this robot. So first of all, you've got the walking system itself, which is horrendously complicated. I could never, ever possibly imagine what's going on in there. You've then got the rotating turret on top, which is the big green thing. That whole thing spins around 360 degrees, so it can hit anywhere around it. It has 2 flamethrowers at the front and a hammer.
It is a castle fortified on every side. And, because walkers are notoriously not that quick, they have made a weapon system that can deal with that. Oh no, they've gone round the side of me. Well, I'm just going to turn my hammer around, aren't I?
Yep. Let's go to... go ahead.
I was just going to say, going back to what Jevan was saying earlier with the whole autonomous turning around, the problem I had with that on Chomp was it meant that the robot automatically turned, which meant they didn't really have much control. With it being on a turret, if they had that, that'd be awesome, because the robot's still going the way they want it to go, but the hammer's actually doing the moving, and that would be genius. Also, sorry, go on. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Bite Force isn't back, so I'm just going to say it now. Chomp is fucking daft. There we go. Right, go, Steve.
So, I think we'd be remiss to say that I think they have a secret sponsorship with John Deere.
It's very tractor-esque, isn't it?
Much like a tractor, but you know what? I don't care. This thing really embodies how you can really make a robot look so different. And here's the thing. When you're applying for BattleBots, in their white paper, there's something really important when you're applying for BattleBots for any team that wants to get in. The silhouette of your robot, if there was no color and you only saw the whole thing in black, it needs to look iconic. This, if I saw it with no color, my mind, like it's just so completely different. And I give them all the credit in the world for making something so cool. I really hope it does well. So this is one of those robots where it's an evolution on a design where I think it has been, well, yeah, of course it's been done before. We can go back to classic BattleBots and go back to a robot like Pressure Drop, which wasn't a true walker. It was more of a cam style walker, a shuffler. But it's the same idea where you have this axe on a turret that can attack at any direction, no matter which direction the robot's facing. And that's a big deal. I guess if you were to say, if we were to go, and I made this reference last time, I'm going to do it again. If you were going to go Pokemon. Sun of Smashy would be Evolution 1. Pressure Drop would be Evolution 2, and then this right here would either be Evolution 3 or a Super Evolution. You know, it'd be like the V version.
Mate. It's a Gigantamax.
It's a Gigantamax. This is ridiculously. It's engineering at its finest, and I know for a fact that if nothing else, it's gonna. I mean, let's put it this way: when Mechadon, the last really popular, well-known walker robot in BattleBots, went into the arena. It's one of those robots where you remember watching that fight with it against Ramstein, and yes, it didn't really cross the battle box floor very quickly, but it's one of those
it's
things
the way
where
that it did it.
Yeah, I could go back and watch that fight, and yes, I know it's one of those things where it's like it's just it wasn't going to win, but just seeing it go out of its square, I cannot wait to see this thing walk across the floor. I mean, we need more looking like just complete madness. Like, this is mad scientist levels of engineering. So I mean, I'm just really excited to see what it can do. And with the hammer system that they had in the past, I've heard this thing still finds a way to jump off the ground with the force it does. It's 500 pounds. So what the heck kind of power does this thing have? I cannot wait to see what it can do.
No, not me. Chomp is going to be something spectacular to watch in this season of BattleBots. Moving on, we have a returning competitor from last season. It is Chronos, which looks very similar but yet very different in the sense that it now runs upside down as well. It has those wheels poking at the top as well.
Did it not run upside down last season?
I don't think so, to my knowledge.
Did it?
I can't remember now. I'm going to have to look at last season's version. But
not to my knowledge.
In the meantime. So that's one of the most difficult things with shell spinners. Well, this being a ring spinner, that's how it kind of gets around that, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's a more, I want to say, more refined version of what they had before. It still has the teeth that are curved to lift robots up as well as hit them. That is the idea, I would assume.
Yeah.
It still has that really pretty gear work on the top where you have the gear sticking out the top, and that's what powers the weapon and spins it around real fast. And it's just...
As it turns out, Chronos last season also had the wheels poking at the top.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
we just never got to see it. We never got to see it.
Yes, true. We got to see it in a fight, and then I guess if you look up online, anyway. But it's still got that same looking gear system where you can see it out the top, and it's just really it's a nice looking robot. I actually like the aesthetic from last year a little more, if I'm going to be really honest. It's definitely got the traces on the sides, which I think we'll see in a robot later, with looking like electronics running around the side. But I'm excited to see this team back, and hopefully they get more fights this season. That's one thing we didn't see from last season. They really didn't get the attention that...
I mean, their fight against Copperhead last season was an absolute shocker. The fact that they managed to win it, I don't think anybody saw coming.
No.
They are... Yes, they're an underdog, but they're a pretty powerful underdog, and the fights that they were in, I think, were all entertaining. I mean, we had their fight against Gigabyte, two big sort of ring/body spinners going up against each other, and then they were involved in the Rumble of last year with Monsoon and Ragnarok, and they were paired with Mad Catter, yeah. And that was a lot of fun, that fight. I think this version is optimized, and again, it's smaller. It's... it has the potential to be more powerful, and I hope it does well, because I really like the aesthetic. The team have sort of steampunk goth priests or something like that. I don't know what's happening.
It's very there's a lot going on, isn't there, with the team? Yeah.
Yeah, it's green and black. That wins it in my book.
Well, all robots let's face it, all robots that are green and black are cool. I mean, Carbide, Cobalt, Sawblaze, Chronos. It's a good look.
Yeah, it generally is. I mean, that style of green they got just is one that makes me happy. I don't know what it is. I just like that kind of green.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, you guys are pretty much summed it all up. So I'm just chatting shit here. I don't really know what to say.
Oh dear me. Right. We'll move on to our next machine, which is Claw Viper, one of the many lifting, grabbing machines in the 2020 season. This one has a bit more arty, I say, than probably most of the others. Looks really nice. Has that
Oh,
really cool looking front end, and I like the shade of blue they've used. I like the texturing they've kind of gone with the paintwork to make it look like scales. I love it. I love Claw Viper.
I think Steve, you hit the nail on the head. We were talking about this robot before we started filming. It's if BattleBots did Greedy Snake.
Yeah.
Which is a King of Bots machine.
King of Bots 1, yes.
And
that's the one where I was,
It was a really good robot in King of Bots, and this it looks very similar. It's a really nice theme, and it could do really well. I think this is definitely the year of the Grablift design. We've got so many that were due to compete, and quite a few of them are still competing. It's going to be very exciting to see things like this fight, and I'm very excited for Claw Viper. I mean, it just looks cool.
Yeah, snake themed robots are always a winner in my book. I'm just going to say that now.
What about Cobra in Series 7 of Robot Wars, Anderson?
Well, because that wasn't a themed robot. That was just a silver box with a snake plushie put on it, and it wasn't very. I mean, I think the term robot is very fucking generous. Okay, so let's just leave that one to a Robot Wars Guru video, and we'll go back to Claw Viper.
We're gonna hold.
Oh, this thing's gorgeous. This thing is gorgeous. I really want this to do well. I really, really want it to do well. I mean, even like the detail on the head, it's just stunning. And I mean, I'll be honest, I've not seen any test, but I don't know if there is any test footage of this.
No, I think this is the first time we've seen the robot complete is in this picture.
Yeah, I will give them credit as well, because unlike a lot of teams, they've managed to stick quite close to the CAD. With this build. Yep,
obviously the picture's released by BattleBots as and when.
Yeah. Oh, is this still the... Wait, what?
No, as in like the images that were released by BattleBots of the team, like saying we're going with the CAD. Yeah,
sorry, got you. Sorry.
It's going to be very exciting to see more. I think this is definitely the year of the grabber lifter or the suplexer. This is going to be one of those years where we really see how effective this kind of design is, and I, of course, can echo both of what everything that everyone said so far. It's definitely got the look, but will we see the bite, and will we see the effectiveness? That will remain to be seen. It's definitely got a nice aesthetic. It's got the red tipped blades, so it's definitely had a meal before today. And I expect to see some really nice fights from it, hopefully. So we'll have to wait and see how effective the grabber lifter
The one
is,
thing that is concerning me about it is the fact that the drive belts are quite exposed on top. And
that's not important.
I'm sure that'll be fine.
It'll fight huge. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean that would be my one concern with it, but I'm happy to look past it and just blissful ignorance.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, as they say. Speaking of ignorance, Anderson, the next robot is actually the robot that you think is going to win the whole thing, isn't it?
So what you go 0-4? What you go 0-4?
It is.
Can we keep some of these spoilers, spoiler free for the amazing predictions video we're going to do?
Well, of course, but like we can declare our winners, can't we? Like I think that's the idea.
Well, at the moment, I mean, I'll admit, obviously, I made this prediction before seeing all the robots, so I'm definitely looking into this now a bit more seriously. But at the time, yes, I do think this will win.
It's Copperhead.
It looks so good.
It looks fantastic. It's really weird. It looks like, in terms of the structure at least, identical to last season, but what they've done is it's very clever. They've actually swapped the colour of the drum and the paint of the body, and they've just swapped it around. It's genius.
Sam, that's not paint, that's rust.
Oh, sorry. They let it corrode for the last 18 months.
They have corroded it themselves.
Yeah.
And then the paint job that's been done on it is hand painted. That's not a decal. Somebody has gone to that with a paintbrush and painted that. And that's bloody impressive.
You love to see it. Things you love to see, and that is it. Copperhead, so they were unlucky to not get in the top 16 last year. They ended up losing a win and you're in match to Son of Waiachi, where they got golfed out. I mean, the only way it was a golf shot out of the arena. They Son of Waiachi just said 4 and knocked it straight out. It was incredible. But you have to remember, they had a lot of problems coming into last season. Their drum wasn't balanced. They didn't have it wasn't mounted correctly as well in the first few fights. They obviously had a tough run in as well. They fought Scorpios early on and didn't really fare too well. Copperhead is a good robot, and I think we tend to see for the first year that they turn up, like as a rule of thumb, the first year they turn up isn't the best, and then gradually as the years follow, they improve. And I feel like this is going to be one of those years for Copperhead where, but especially with a slightly weaker field than most seasons will have, Copperhead could really stand out.
Yeah,
and this is one of those. Yeah, go ahead.
It's fair in saying like that. It's a case of they haven't gone away and changed everything. They've gone away and changed the things that needed fixing, and it's come back looking practically identical to last year. If you didn't know any different, you'd think they'd just swapped over the color pattern and that sort of thing. But there are some major changes internally. As you said, they've got a balanced drum now, so there are some big differences with Copperhead. Most notably, the tiny little snakes.
Yes,
which I thought.
the most important things. Yes, yeah. And obviously their mascot has kind of changed from like they've got a staff with a snake on it. That's the main thing, right?
So one of the big changes that they've made is in fighting Chronos, they discovered that the two sort of forks sticking out the front was probably not a good idea for big horizontal. They've got a bar that they can weld in so that they've got a solid front wedge. Once that's in, they can't remove it. So it depends on who they're drawn against, how early we'll get to see that. But, you know, they have a plan. They would prefer to use the two fork setup, but they have a plan for your big horizontals. So, you know, it's very exciting to see this thing return. And again, I think they're going to be top 16 competitors for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I'm really excited to see them back again, because last season they had, in my opinion, the best fight of the season with Gruff. So
yeah, that was really good.
I'm very excited to see them back.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's one of those robots where it's the drum has the advantage of, this is one of those robots where I was alluding to where it took weight out of the center to put it to the outside to increase that moment of inertia, to increase the energy of the weapon. So it's one of those things where another thing is they do limit. I know BattleBots does limit how much you can put into your weapon based on speed and based on tip speed and energy and all those things.
And they're not stupid. They've obviously done this a long time. Obviously, they did it really well back in the day with Poison Arrow as well. And yeah, lots to be excited
didn't
about.
They, Steve?
For those that don't know, Steve's pick to win the 2016 season was Son of Waiachi.
I picked Son of Waiachi. I picked Orte. My life is just a shambles, isn't it?
Do you even lift?
Do you?
Bro, because Deadlift sure does. I mean, look at the team. The team are built like brick shithouses. Look at the size of them. I wouldn't mind to mess with them. I don't want to mess with the team, let alone the robot.
The interesting fact on the BattleBots website about the team is that, like, their initiation, they all had to deadlift the robot Deadlift to be on the team.
That's amazing.
So they can all lift that robot one at a time.
I could deadlift it with one hand.
I don't think you could. I don't think you could.
I'm well out, mate.
Deadlift is a lifter, which I really like because the robot itself looks really nice. I think the side is kind of like milled HDPE or CNC'd HDPE. It looks really sturdy. It has a nice big wedge to take all the horizontal impacts at the front. It's got two wedge slits on the lifter as well to hook underneath things. It's got it all. I'm intrigued to see how it does though, as it is a new machine though. I don't know if they were originally going to come when the series was announced in the first place or whether they were a late comer, but I think Deadlift looks really, really nice.
Yeah, it looks tasty. I agree.
I mean, this is a team that we knew that they were coming from the supporter thing, but other than that, we'd heard nothing about until the last week or so at time of filming when they said, "Oh, our box is back from BattleBots," and I was like, "Oh yeah, they're a thing." So yeah, they have completely flown under the radar, and it's an exciting looking robot. It's a decent looking design, very solid for a first time heavyweight. I believe they've competed with smaller weight class machines. As the I believe, Robo Gym team, something like that.
It doesn't surprise me with the robot and the guys, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So yeah, they're not amateurs to robot combat, but they are new to heavyweights. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well they do.
Yeah, one thing I find interesting is how there are wheel holes out the top, but it doesn't look like this robot's invertible. And I don't know, it wouldn't need to be because the lifter will flip it back over.
No, it's a weird thing, and it's in the CAD as well, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, and anyway.
Because visuals,
but it's nice
man.
To see. It's looks, man.
Yeah.
Gotta show off all the looks. But in any case, it's nice to see geared lifters. I think there's quite a few in the field this time. But as for that being their main weapon, it's definitely got some really nice sleek features. It's definitely very well machined. It looks like, so it'll be one of those robots where we'll have to see it fight and see how well it does and see if it can throw things into the box's walls, maybe use the hazard. This is one of those robots that's going to take advantage of hazards in the arena to do a good job. So, I mean, something makes me think this team took a page out of Gruff's book and saw how effective a robot like that can be. And, I mean, you can take of that what you will. It's a very strong looking machine. So we'll see its fights and we'll make more notes on it and we'll go from there.
Yep, absolutely.
Hopefully, like its team, it will work out.
Yep.
Very good. I suppose we should move on to the next team, which is actually my prediction to take home the giant nut this year. And
takes home my giant nut. Sorry.
God.
Jesus Christ. The robot in question is Endgame.
Yeah.
Now, there is some logic in my madness, so allow me to explain. At the end of last season, after all the issues have been worked out, Endgame went on a really good run. They beat Cobalt and they beat Duck.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The robot is a four-wheel drive vert, which we know is just so effective. This is a much more refined robot than it was last season. They've got rid of the sunglasses. I know, travesty. It is gutting for me as well. I would have loved them to keep the sunglasses stream back, but they've just added all the weight into a big giant plow at the front, and it just looks the part. This is a robot which has pedigree. They've won competitions with it in the past in China.
Yes.
Endgame is a good robot. It's really, really good, and I think
really good.
It's finger licking good.
It sure is, and I've got a feeling that Endgame's going to be onto something special this year.
Yeah. And I can say that because they don't use that as their trademark anymore.
No, they don't. Well, because of the virus.
Actually, that would be a good name for a robot. The virus. I think that would be a good name for a robot.
What do we think of Endgame, guys? Other than my gushing over it.
I think it will avenge its previous runs. Sorry.
All right.
No, genuinely serious. I mean, I have to hate it because they're New Zealanders and they always beat us in rugby. But genuinely, I love this robot and I can't wait. I mean, this has got to be. I think there's one robot that is there's a couple of I think that are definitely going to be on everyone's top 16 prediction list. I have top 4 prediction list, and surely this is one of them. Surely. I mean,
is this our dead roll replacement?
Basically, I mean, they were beating Death Roll last year until they broke down.
Yeah.
I'd argue it's the Bite Force replacement. It's the 4-wheel drive blue. It's a 4-wheel drive vert with a blue spinner. Come on, hello. That's my logic behind it.
Okay.
Genuinely, I do think Endgame has a very, very solid chance. And I don't think Sam's mad at all. I mean, he is mad. Don't get me wrong, but I think here he's being very sensible for once in his life, and he's actually. Look, he's on the ball. I mean, I want to just confirm, by the way, when I said Copperhead, I said that's the one I would like to win.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't saying it's the one I think will win. We'll get to that one later. But
oh, really?
This is this is a solid shout, though. Definitely, this is a very solid shout.
Yeah. I think I agree. It's at least top 16 worthy, and they were unlucky last year to have the issues that they have. They beat my Bay Cobalt last season. Which
like
earns them a bit of respect. Shut up, Anderson. And they, as Sam said, they had amazing fights sort of towards the end of the season. I mean, their fight against Duck is just incredible to watch. If you've not seen it, it's on the BattleBots YouTube channel, so do go and check that out after you finish watching this. It could be very, very good. And I think people should be very excited for Endgame's return.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and being honest, both seasons, it like you said, like last season it had its bad luck, and the season before, it was very close to making the top 16.
Yeah.
The fact that this machine hasn't yet, it's very Mortis-esque. Like it's a premier underachiever, and I do think that this season we will finally see it shine.
Yeah, and
it's time, right?
It's important to note, and Sam, you can cut this if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to note that their promise to fight a certain robot hasn't been fulfilled yet.
No, it hasn't.
They need to prove themselves against a certain robot. So we'll see if BattleBots listens this year.
Yeah, obviously they called that Tombstone. Well, they called that Tombstone 2 years ago, didn't they? And it never happened.
Yes.
And it didn't happen last season. So maybe this year, who knows?
Because BattleBots has been known to listen to stuff like that and be like, all right, you want to call a robot out? Let's see what you're really made of. So,
dear Santa, this Christmas, Endgame beat Tombstone, or at the very least fight them. Thanks. Bye.
It's 2020, isn't it? You know, everything already has happened so far this year. So
we'll see. We'll see if Endgame gets their wish and they fight Ray Billings and Tombstone. We'll get to that later on. Next up, after Endgame, is a robot that our good friends over at Spinnerproof, well, particularly Ryan over at Spinnerproof, hated it last season because of the siren. It's Extinguisher. Thankfully for him, the siren's now gone, so we can like it again.
Now that's a travesty.
It is. I agree.
I mean, Ryan doesn't like fun things. Ryan does not like fun things.
They have replaced it with something which is equally as entertaining.
Yep.
It's Extinguisher by name, Extinguisher by nature.
Yep.
And it has a working CO2 extinguisher on board this season.
That's like you got to flame.
First robot since RefBot to do that.
Yeah, probably.
Do you know what's funny? Right? The fact that if they go against Gruff with Gruff's like three fucking flamethrowers, they've got this piddly little fire extinguisher firing out. I don't think it's going to work, lads.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this now. Honestly, if BattleBots don't put those two together, it's simple as that.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Last season, unfortunately, they caught fire, which is ironic.
So I think they'll be able to put themselves out. There you go. So there you go.
It's fire-onic.
Is it me, or is the new version very Witch Doctor-esque?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. It just seems like a natural evolution of the last Extinguisher. I like everything about it. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
But I agree with both of you. Yeah, it definitely does. But I do agree with Gemini. There is definite
Witch Doctor vibes.
It's basically Witch Doctor. It's Witch Doctor vibes with a. I must say, a very meaty-looking hammer. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at that thing.
It does have a vert setup. It does have a vertical spinner setup.
Yeah, it's got a Dalmatian vert. Yeah, it does, yeah.
But
smack my ass and call me Betty.
No.
What Steve was saying about the axe looking very powerful. Was it you saying that? I can't remember now.
It might have been, yeah. I don't know.
The test box footage of this thing.
I'm anywhere between here and Tuesday, honestly.
The axe, I believe, went through a piece of metal. I think they had a if it was this hammer, and this will look really bad if I'm wrong now, but they had like a drain cover that they hit and went straight through it. This thing is bloody mental.
Yeah, it is really crazy. It's just a very nice looking robot, and hopefully they'll fare a bit better than last year, because it didn't quite go to plan last time, but just a lot of small improvements to Extinguisher has really turned it into what looks at least to be a very decent looking machine.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll move on.
We need more axe robots, man.
Yeah, yes, we do. We do. Moving on. This robot hasn't got any axes, but it has got 2 spinners. It comes from the Waiachi pool of just generally nasty robots, really. It is Fusion.
Oh my goodness.
This thing sounds like disgusting.
It's bees in a box. Yes. It sounds like a swarm of bees has been let loose on a miniature world, and we're all doomed.
We are.
It's just batty. Like, the amount of power in the vertical setup on the, I think that's the front of the machine.
It is, yes.
it has about the same smackaroo as Cobalt did last season.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah, smackaroo.
It is in Australia, yeah.
Yeah.
Smackaroo, lad.
That was awful. Please never do that again.
Oh.
That combined
upset
with
now.
a big triangular spinner on the back, people are in danger.
Yeah, that's the back. I always thought that was the front.
It looks
First
like
of
it should
all.
be the front. It looks like it should be the front, in all fairness. But
I think that's just
It's
because they're so
upsetting
used
me.
to Tombstone.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, so it'll swing its butt around and smack something very, very a la Tombstone.
I believe they said when they were constructing Fusion that the weapon power at the back, so the secondary weapon, nearly has, like, it's not far off the same kind of power that Son of Waiachi has. It's ridiculous. That's the secondary
It's a
weapon.
triangular shape.
Yeah.
yeah, secondary weapon. I mean, it's just this is banana boats. It really is, and it looks gorgeous.
Yep.
There's no denying it. They've managed to make a killing death machine, but it looks beautiful.
I mean,
I don't know about you guys, but it looks like a fireworks box over here in the UK anyway. Like you
Yeah.
can buy a box of fireworks.
appropriate time of
Or
year. eh?
firecrackers, as Steve probably knows them as, but
Yep.
you know.
They're fireworks,
Or
Anderson.
fireworks, as
Oh,
as
okay.
Steve goes there.
We are an English-based country at first most. There are some things that carried over.
Yeah.
Well, most of you forget that though. Just saying.
Yeah, some of us don't even know
anyway.
our own history as well as you do.
Yeah.
It's
True
fun.
enough. True enough. Fusion, what do we think? Because it is a new robot.
Yeah.
It comes with all those new robot problems. Is this a serious threat? Because obviously you have to respect it. It's a Waiachi machine.
My worry is, what was their robot last year? Was it
Falcon.
Falcon? That was a new machine, and it didn't go the way they hoped.
Hydra did
No.
The
though.
worry is,
Yeah.
but Hydra did.
Hydra
I will
really
gi- yeah,
did.
so I will give them that. I will give them that.
Mhm.
It's just, I mean, I wanted to do well, and it probably will, but there's always that little niggle in the back of your head thinking, is it too much? There's a lot that can go wrong with this robot with
I
the
mean,
amount of
it's-
stuff they've got going on in it.
It's the same as last year. They've brought 3 machines, which we'll get onto in a bit. The fact that their resources are spread so far and thin, like there's, well, maybe not thin because they're rolling in money, but you know, they almost need to focus on 1 or 2 instead of having 3 up and running. And you know, I think it's partly
Do you
what
think
did
that cost them last year? Do you think that cost them last year?
Like, I think Falcon
more-
wasn't
yeah.
paid more attention to
Do you-
last year. And
Well, here's the thing. Do you think that if they had stopped, if they had not put so much worth into Falcon and put that into Hydra, for example, do you think Hydra would have done better? Like
yes,
maybe put a little bit more R&D.
yeah,
Potentially,
I
but
think
even
so.
even then, like there was limitations, and Hydra was just so good out of the box. Like
And it was so
need
different.
much.
It,
Yeah.
Like no one had done a hydraulic flipper like they had done, like that robot is. It's such a
Well,
completely
there's
different
Eric.
kind of work. okay.
And Gravedigger was hydraulic.
It
Yes.
was.
Was Gravedigger launching things 15 feet into the air?
No. Beat Mortis though, didn't it?
Maybe not. It'd be Mortis, yeah. And it lost to Thermidor and Chronic the Wedgehog very easy.
Yeah.
But apart from, ignoring that.
Let's move on to a returning competitor from 2018, which we didn't see last year. We are seeing it this year.
Yeah.
It's Gamma 9. This is just
Da-da-da-da.
so much better than the last one.
Yes.
Oh my! Like, do you remember back in the early days of Robot Combat, and then you had Terahertz in Series 5, which was it was there and it looked fine, but it just didn't do anything. This is the same kind of giant evolution of, it's gone from looking like it was found in the back of a skip, which is where it ended up, ironically, to Gamma 9 looking really cool. It looks like a Batmobile or something. It's great.
Yes, very much so.
It looks like the world's most lethal go-kart, doesn't it?
It does.
I think that's kind of the design idea, because I think that's what the head's meant to be. It's meant to be like a helmet, isn't it? Like a race driver, maybe?
Yeah.
But technically, that means it's a race car-themed robot, and therefore it is automatically in my top 5 favourite robots of all time. No, I'm joking, but it is a damn awesome-looking robot. I mean, I
This
need
thing-
to calm down.
It's got a decent weapon on it as well. Like the Crusher, didn't really serve them all that well. Its best part was that it deflected a shot from Double Jeopardy.
Yes.
This version looks like a sort of garden tool that can do the business. It's got a Gruff style lifter on it, sort of.
Yeah.
That can sort of flip over the top of the entire robot, and I've heard rumblings that it can lift quite well. So I've got, I wouldn't say high hopes for it, but I have hopes for it. I mean, it should on paper be reasonably good.
It gives me Dreadnought vibes.
Yes,
Is it only me?
Yeah.
It's got that look, and I guess Scamatron wasn't necessarily too far off of that, where it had this kind of helmet-looking look. So it's got a decent-looking lifter on it. I don't know. It looks a little flimsy to me, and maybe I'm going to be a downer. But I have yet to see it fight. It's gonna obviously, hopefully, have some good fights coming up. That wedge on the front looks very chunky as well. I would like to see it go up against something that maybe has a little bit of horizontal quality to it, and see how well it does.
Like Fusion.
Like Fusion. That's exactly what was in my head. You just ripped it out of my skull and said it aloud. So,
well, that got dark
Gemini
very
looks nice.
quickly. I will say this: there is one worry, and I'm agreeing a bit with Steve here. The flimsiness; those prongs look very suspect to bending, or just being. I mean, let's be honest, being ripped clean away. They're very thin. Let's be real now.
Yeah. So with Gruff, for example, those are thick plates. So the buckling quality could be interesting, but we'll see. I'm interested to see how well it does, especially with the fact that they have wheel guards that may get pushed into said wheels. We'll see. I don't know. Just kind of perspective talking here, honestly, just to kind of assume how it'll do. But in any case,
we'll see. We'll see indeed. Next up is a returning competitor from the last few years, and this year, you're not going to believe this, folks. Gemini have made serious changes.
Yes.
What they've basically done is they've taken one of the Geminis and thought, sod the armor, and then gone to the other one and put all the armor on it.
You know why they've done this, Sam?
I do know this. I believe, Jevan, they can enter one as a 100 kilo heavyweight. Is that correct?
They can indeed, yes. So I'm imagining you're going to be using the official picture. So the one on the right is heavyweight Gemini, and if they take that armor off, they can then enter as multi-bot Gemini. Which, why would you? Heavyweight Gemini looks so much better.
It looks like Carbide.
And without wanting to sound horrible, multi-bot Gemini has kind of proven to not work. So I think firstly they'd be better off just maybe even adding even more armor to it and making it the full weight limit and just saying screw it, we're now a heavyweight. But I will give them credit because they are still keeping the gimmick alive, and it does give them a chance to, it gives them
different options, doesn't it? Yeah,
it gives them options. Yeah, more versatility between fights, and then better tactics, I guess you could say as well.
Also, they've nicknamed the heavyweight robot the Big Boy Pants.
As you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's move on to a team. Oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
So this is a team that have been. They're such an experienced team. It's the Raptor team from way back in the day. They had all of the Raptors robots from way back in the original BattleBots. They had Ghost Raptor in 2015 and 16. They brought Ghost Raptor back for 2017, and oh dear.
It is a ghost because you can see right through it. It's a ghost, so you can see right through it.
Yeah,
Sam, you've just said they're bringing back Ghost Raptor for 2017.
Oh, sorry, for 2020. Sorry. I've gone back in time 3 years. Anyway, Ghost Raptor. I'm just going to say this right now. This is a mess.
Oh, it is. Look, it's not even like symmetrical. No. Look at it.
It's really sad. It's really sad because
it's getting kit-catted.
I was really willing to pass it. Like, I was like, okay, well, they haven't added the color, but I can look past it. It looks okay. And then I saw a front-on image of it, and oh god, no.
It's really sad because Ghost Raptor the last time, I liked the idea. It wasn't executed terribly well. They ended up, destroying their own robot with their own spinner. Mm-hmm. But at least there was a bit of invention there. And there still is. They've got the lifting part in the middle, they've got the spinner on the front, they've got the wheel pods at the side. It looks like a cheese grater.
It looks like an erector set.
I'm sorry, Chuck Fitzer, you seem like an absolute legend back in the day in BattleBots, but what is going on here? There's just a lot wrong with it. And I'm sorry to any Ghost
looks-
Raptor fans out there, because this is not doing it for me. This is really not doing it for me.
It's not me, is it? It looks incomplete.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
They had a rushed time schedule, and
Yes,
I'm sure it must have
remember
paid.
that.
It surely would have
Oh,
paid
yeah.
some issues, but god damn.
I mean, you say that, but they were destined to be on in April.
Yep.
And this thing was CAD'd, and the CAD looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Where did it all go wrong? Like, it's there are some very questionable design choices in here. Like, how exposed the wheels are, how just unsymmetrical, whatever that word is, unsymmetrical. The back
Asymmetrical.
end looks
Asymmetrical, yeah.
I think the best part of the robot is probably the fact that the lifter has been purpose built this time round. Like,
Yes.
they've made it into a proper feature of the
It
robot.
looked like
so
it was
that if
shoehorned
that
in last time,
does
didn't
go
it?
down- Yeah.
Mm.
If the spinner does end up going down again, then they have another option. But even like they've got a weird spike coming out of the spinning blade, which makes me think that to help themselves right,
Yes.
they needed that on there.
Yes.
And it's just why?
There's let's put it like this. I think it's fairly obvious that we're not the massive fans of this version of Ghost Raptor, and it looks a bit messy. I am glad the team is back, because
Yes.
once again, much like Bronco, BattleBots isn't the same without this team.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just it's the problem I have. I'm just so disappointed. I expected so much because they've been gone for so long, and they were going to come back with this really nice looking CADed design. It looks really cool, and then what I've ended up with is a Meccano set, and I'm just really
Yeah.
gutted.
The
The
biggest thing
blade looks better than it did.
Yeah,
I
the
think.
biggest thing we're missing from the CAD is the sprung suspension on it, which
Yeah.
might have just been aesthetically pleasing, but I'd take aesthetics over what we have, unfortunately. And
The weapon was supposed to have spring suspension, like
Mhm.
a shock absorbing feature, where like as soon as it hits something, it kind of absorbs the hit a little bit, which was a nice feature to think about, because you got to think these robots, they're putting out so much energy, they got to be able to absorb it comfortably, or it's going to vibrate through your whole system, and then that's how bad things happen. So
Yeah.
well,
What can I say? What can I
Morale.
say? Yeah, it's watch it go and win now. Watch it go and bloody win the whole thing. But
yeah. I mean, if this team wins, I retire. I retire, which will probably actually be a good thing. Everyone will be waiting. God, please win, please win.
please win.
yeah,
I would
Hey.
read out their interesting fact, but it is an essay, so I'm not going to do that.
we'll leave that to the viewers. You can go and view all the robots on the link in the description below. Next up is the return of, well, it's no longer Google Chrome, which makes me quite sad.
Nope.
It's Gigabyte.
It's
Like
a
Fieri.
fox.
It's Guy Fieri's Gigabyte, everyone.
It's a barbecue lid.
Yep.
Much like Black, but better.
It's again. This is making me really sad. Joe and Brutus
Oh.
had the guns on top of the robot,
Yeah.
and they took them off, and it just lost all of its personality. That's what's happened to Gigabyte, because
Yeah.
Gigabyte has like the Google Chrome Gigabyte had Gigabyte in big letters along the side, and yes, so does this one, but it's just black and white and a cheap flame decal. It just really bothers me.
It's clip
Yeah.
art. They've put clip art on the side of it, basically. That's what they've done. It's a shame.
But it's Gigabyte as we know
I
and
don't
love it. Yeah,
Will it still have the blue LEDs at the top?
hope so.
Probably either that or they'll turn them orange or something. I don't know, but
Maybe
Yeah,
the
probably.
Google Chrome. Maybe it'll crash less. So
Maybe
Yeah, but Google Chrome doesn't crash, does
it doesn't crash very often. It's fairly stable.
damn it.
I don't think there's really much else to say about Gigabyte, except that they had a good season last time, and I think
Yeah.
they were a bit unlucky to not get into that win and you're in competition. I believe they were going to fight Son of Waiachi, but due to the damage they took from Huge and Witch Doctor especially, they couldn't do so, which, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a robot that obviously has a lot of pedigree. I mean, it's one of those robots where it's got the power to do a lot of damage in the tournament, but it got kind of found out, I think, a little bit last time around with Huge and Witch Doctor. just really taking advantage of the way that the robot is shaped and just throwing it around or poking holes in the top. So it's an interesting case where this robot was very dominant in the live scene over here. Retired Biohazard effectively. So this robot clearly has a place in robot history over here, but it's I miss the colors, man. I just miss the colors.
Yeah.
Is it bothering me the most? Probably.
Yeah, basically.
Well, good news for you, Steve. I can give you some special pills that make you see those colours again, mate.
All right.
That's
Hopefully import laws will allow it.
It's worth noting that there is another Roboteer, sort of quite notable Roboteer, on the team for Gigabyte this year.
there is, yeah.
Matt Maxim from Stinger the Killer Bee.
Yes.
Which is very exciting because it's been a couple of seasons since we've seen him as well.
And his wife Wendy's there too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just not in the picture.
Awesome.
It is really gutting that they aren't bringing.
Genuinely chuffed.
Yeah, it's gutting that they didn't bring Stinger the Killer Bee with them to compete, or at least we don't think they have. But maybe in a couple of years' time we'll see it back. Who knows? It'd be exciting to see that they're a staple of the live circuit as well. So let's see. Let's see.
I mean, I have a Sewer Snake wheel at home because they used to compete over here as well as in the US. So,
They did.
You know, it's one of the names that are just known across the world, and you just like to see him back. Really.
I want to see Stinger, the Killer Bee, versus Free Shipping, because that's basically BattleBots' version of Original Sin versus Suicide.
Yep.
That would be amazing.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice indeed. Let's move on from Gigabyte to a newcomer, and it is.
What is that?
It's Grabot.
It's Grabot.
The only thing I'm disappointed.
What the fuck is that? I wasn't expecting that.
The thing I'm disappointed in the most is where has the face gone?
I know.
It looks so
The
cute.
lights- I believe the lights of the eyes are going to shine through that white bit of plastic, but
okay.
you know, at the minute it just looks like it's been blindfolded, ready to be hanged. So it is surrendering. It's going to be shot at dawn.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
I love Grabot. It's just so pure and so sweet, and I hope it doesn't get too trashed, but it's going to get trashed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to get trashed.
I don't know what to say about it. I just think, don't get me wrong, I love it. I think it's mental, and again, originality is one of my favourite things about Robot Combat. Look at this thing. That is what I call original. Even the wheels, man, it just looks awesome.
It looks steampunk, doesn't it?
It does. It looks steampunk. I love Steve. I love Steve. Well, I do love Steve. No, I love steampunk, but yeah, being honest, it's gonna get shagged in it.
What do the Morning Stars do?
Yes.
Flail.
Good.
What the Morning Stars do is they actually beat every robot, and it's going to go on to win the giant nut.
They're certainly there, aren't they?
Yeah. It's almost would have made more sense for this robot to drive backwards.
Maybe it does.
Solid wedge.
Yeah.
You know, apparently, according to their interesting fact, this robot design will improve people's lives. Has it improved your lives?
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
There we go.
Well, it made me smile. I'll give it that much.
It's done what it set out to do. Now it can get wrecked, knowing that it, you know, succeeded at its life goal.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it fight. Again, it may not be the most competitive, but I love this thing just for how strange it is. It's wonderful.
Yep. And the grabbers actually work, or are they just static?
I believe they work.
They are actually meant to grab. They're meant to do a little pinchy on top.
What are they meant to grab though? Look how tiny they are.
Wedgelets.
I don't care. It's still awesome.
To grab your ankles, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, but Steve, it's not going to be driving outside the box and around to the driver's section. You know this, right?
It should do.
Outside of King of Bots, robots don't have ankles.
Yeah.
It's going to give you little pinches in places that you don't want them.
Let's move on quickly before we get demonetized. Let's move on to Gruff.
Gruff.
A robot that last season really kind of took a lot of people by surprise to how good it was. I mean, obviously they did so well in the Robo Games in 2019, beating a lot of teams over there. They're such an experienced team as well, and Gruff this time, there's just a lot to like. They've reinforced the wedge at the front with wedgelets as well. They've got the lifting poles at the front as well. They've got more flames. Oh, what is there to love?
More flames.
Yeah.
We need more flames, obviously. I mean, these guys obviously I said earlier they were in my favourite fight last season. They're also in another really good fight against Tombstone. We all remember that one.
Mhm.
It easily gave Tombstone its best fight where it didn't win. Where the opponent lost. Sorry, what I meant to say. Tombstone did win.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Mhm.
a close fight, most notably.
So close.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So close.
I think the only reason they
And
lost is because they died towards the end.
Yeah,
Basically,
losing
yeah,
back on one side doesn't help.
It was knackered as well. Let's be real.
Yeah,
now.
it was, yeah.
knackered at the end of that. But I loved it. Oh, I mean, the last year's Gruff, it was one of those robots where it didn't look aesthetically pleasing, but it was still entertaining. Now they've managed to make it look beautiful. It's now symmetrical because me and my horrible brain. I hate anything that isn't symmetrical. So. And more flames! I can't wait to see this in action. Oh, Gruff's back! Yes.
Both side flames.
And again, don't be surprised if this is in my top 16 prediction video.
I was just about to say I have a weird suspicion that it's going to be in mine.
Yeah, I think it's looking in on mine presently. Might enter me. No, hang on.
That's out of context, Jevan. Clip that. Right.
In any case, yeah.
Gruff, what a beautiful robot.
It is. I mean, it's the Chad.
And it's from my hometown.
Oh, it's screwed then. Oh, Tampa Bay. Oh. I'm joking.
Let's progress, shall we, to our next robot, which is HiJinx. Now, HiJinx is a robot that's come from Offbeat Robotics, which was last season part of the Scorpios team. That's kind of bit of a, not a split of the teams as such, but like they kind of moved on to do their own thing from Scorpios. Orion Beach and Jen, I'm not going to pronounce your surname, Jen. I'm so sorry because I will butcher it. But Jen H. She was formerly with the Battle Royale with Cheese team, and they've produced HiJinx, which is something special. I think that's fair to say. Like, we were waiting for so long for them to, quote Jevan, reveal their secrets.
Yes.
And they did, and wow, what a striking machine this is.
It looks fantastic. I'll give it that much. And I like the little owl face. I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's got a really nice aesthetic to it. Of course, more pink to Anderson's chagrin. In any case, it's nice to see a really nice, big, chonky undercutter. I'm a little suspect of the wheels, and I'm a little suspect of if something lifts that thing up, that thing's going to bounce everywhere. But we will wait and see.
Yeah, the thing is, this to me, whilst I love the idea of it, I mean, it's designed after, I'm guessing, an owl or some sort of... Actually, it might be a hawk, actually, isn't it?
It's an owl.
It is an owl, right, okay. So, being honest, whilst I think that's all good, it does look like it's going to be a bit of a glass cannon.
Yes.
And being honest, I can see it doing an Apex, which, I mean, in my opinion, is a win-win. Either we see a really cool, nice-looking undercutter do really well, or we see it shit itself to Narnia. Either way, it's going to be entertaining and it's going to be a good watch. So that's a win-win situation, if you ask me.
See, I feel like it's not going to be built as a glass cannon. I mean, with Orion Beach as one of the lead builders / designers of the robot, he's built some incredible robots over the years. I mean, he was the design behind Scorpios. He was on that team for a good few years, and that has been doing really well of late. And going back even further to the live scene, Electric Boogaloo, a
Yes.
very potent vertical spinner, and he's bringing something. It's not even sort of it's not like it's copying something like Valkyrie. It's different enough so that it's bringing something new to the game. It's
more PP3D than Valkyrie.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I think it's something new entirely because all of the electronics are just wedged into that tiny little sort of box compartment at the front there, and it's so different to anything we have seen. I feel like that. I'm excited to see it, and I think with Orion Beach leading on it, it could be, or partly leading on.
Yeah,
it's
very well. You know what? I'll give you this. It's about as wide as Mecha Rampage, but with a bigger weapon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mecha Rampage was kind of unusual, wasn't it? In the sense that its body rotated, whereas this is just a weapon bar.
Big bar. Yes.
I really like it. I think it has a lot of personality. It has, I mean, obviously the huge destructive potential.
Right.
But for me, the one thing that I take issue with this robot, it's only a very, very, very small thing. Is as Jevan mentioned, is the wheels. They just seem really flimsy. Like the slightest breath of wind, I feel like is going to knock them off. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure they've reinforced them correctly, but like, and obviously so experienced at this point. But like,
of course, you got to get to those wheels past that.
Exactly,
big
that's the
spinning
thing.
It's sort of a Tombstone effect, isn't it? That
Exactly.
if the wheels are exposed, look out! But then there's this big meaty bar that's in the way, and you've got to watch out for that first.
It all depends on the reach at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's like you want to pick something out of a blender with your hand.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. I'm doing that.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, HiJinx is exciting. I'm excited to see how it fares in the arena. At least it's just either way we're going to have something spectacular. It's either going to be It's going to be explosive. Either they're going to explode or their opponent. Moving on from HiJinx, we move on to the biggest. Well, not quite the biggest, but one of the biggest robots. At least it's huge, which actually seems a bit smaller this year. Ironically,
either that or the team has gotten taller.
Maybe they're 7 foot each. Jonathan Schultz is a big guy, I believe Huge has gone. It sure is huge. It sure is huge. I believe they've gone brushless this year as well.
Oh,
interesting.
God.
Yep.
That's going to be fucking bananas. That is. Jesus Christ.
It's a great robot.
I was wondering why they didn't have the rubber treads on the wheels anymore. I now no longer wonder why. Because can you imagine if this was brushless and had rubber treads on, they would not have control over it.
That would be climbing up the BattleBots walls.
Yeah. With the RA2 physics in real life.
Right.
I mean, I think
huge,
Huge is a strong chance.
It is huge,
yeah, huge.
And there's nothing to hate about Huge. It's just look at it. It's goddamn ridiculous.
Goddamn ridiculous.
Twice top 16 competitor, isn't it?
Twice, yeah. If it's finished in the top 16 twice, and being honest, I wouldn't be shocked if it made it a third time. Let's be real now.
Yeah,
it's proven twice that you can do it, and it's not just a novelty robot, unlike some people keep thinking it is.
Now,
Steve, God.
What? I don't appreciate that at all.
There are those out there that still don't think it's a legitimate threat, though.
Oh, it's definitely something that's scary. Well, here's the thing. With all the different setups that they have, we learned that last year with Jonathan Schultz doing basically Black Ops studying of other robots, of being able to figure out exactly what blade and what height to use. Like, you don't mess with this team.
Huge is a brilliant plan, well executed every time. Like, the only time that it did not work was in the Sanobayachi fight, where the big wheels snapped. And I feel like if there'd have been even bigger wheels, they'd have fared maybe a bit better. But man's got to cut that out by hand, so that's not happening.
I will say the wheels do look a little worn in this picture.
They do.
I wonder if this is a fair set, potentially. And that they have several... I mean, we know they have several sets of wheels. Their pit table was made out of one of the wheels. It's, it's a classy machine, and we've seen it sort of copied on different weight classes. In the UK, we have a robot called Captain Jack Spinner, which is this huge-esque machine that has just dominated the featherweight full combat scene recently.
Doesn't Straddle have a very similar look as well?
It does, yes.
Yes, Straddle is sort of quite cloney, but we've not seen it in a little while, unfortunately. So yeah, I think Huge is a design that people are starting to accept as something that is a real threat. And, I think a lot of people underestimated it last season and paid the price for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
We will see if that happens this year.
We will indeed. Our next team is another Waiachi robot. It's the second of the Waiachi robots. It is the new kid on the block in terms of flippers. Hydra is back with sporting a new look, which looks very much Agrobot from classic Robot Wars. If you haven't seen that, there'll be a picture coming up anytime now. Now that's gone. Back to Hydra. Hydra has that. it's just they've refined it so well.
Yeah, a lot of people were upset with this new paint job, and I'm like, why? It looks fantastic. It gives it more personality. I mean, don't get me wrong, the other one looked nice, and it looked nice in a simple but effective way. But this just looks so much nicer, and the front wedges now look gorgeous, and the flipper looks even better, and it, are we gonna? Let's be honest. Again, this is one that's probably going to be in all of our top 16s, isn't it? Let's be honest, lads.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
So, Team Waiachi being sponsored by a comic book company has been one of the best things for them. I mean, Waiachi robots, I feel, on the whole, have been lacking in personality.
They're red, black, and gray. That is their thing.
Yeah, they like
really proves that, with a bit of an artistic flair, they got comic book artists to come and paint this thing, and by God, it looks good, or at least make the stickers for it. It looks incredible. I love this. I love Fusion. It's just so good to look at, and we saw it last season working really, really well. They got to the top 16, unfortunately, went out to Minotaur. Hopefully they'll have fixed those issues. They somehow managed to spit out a chain. So yeah, this thing it split a robot into thirds last season.
It did. With a flipper, for God's sake.
First flipper to separate a robot.
One of the most violent KOs in the show's history, technically, if you're looking at it on that point of view.
Without a spinning weapon. So it's interesting to see the improvements that they made. The spot where the chain popped out last time still exists on this robot. So I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to happen again.
I don't know what that bit is for. I can't work it out.
Maintenance, maybe?
Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it remains to be seen. But, I mean, Hydra blast onto the scene last year. I think we had an inkling that it could do a good job because it was just it's one of those robots, and I know Eric, but it's a hydraulic flipper, but it uses so little hydraulic fluid. It's the compression that this thing is able to produce, and I'm sure they've gone back and improved it, and I can't imagine what kind of flipping power this thing's have.
I believe I've seen test footage of it flipping the height of the box.
Awesome.
I mean,
right,
let's face it. It pretty much did last season, didn't it? So
yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. It was definitely a giver of the willy, and it's going to be.
So how high can it flip Chomp? Let's find out.
Well, it'd be nice to see, wouldn't
it? Again, if the BattleBots producers do not make that fight happen, they're idiots. It's as simple as that. We need to see this.
Hydra actually had a basement fight last season with the next robot. It is HyperShock, which is looking very yellow.
Yes. It's the most RC car in the battle box.
It will come as no surprise. This is my pick for the season.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I love this thing. I've always loved HyperShock. The team and the robot are always entertaining, without fail. All of their fights have an entertaining nature. The team are always so full of energy, despite being shattered or exhausted or whatever. They're always bringing the hype, and they are always a joy to watch. And the robot is as well. I mean, they went 3 minutes against Bite Force last season, and as they said, they thought they had the right to beat it. And I agree. I think they definitely put the wind up Bite Force.
They nearly made the top 16.
They really did. I feel robbed that both Huge and HyperShock had to fight for their place in the top 16. I think both of them deserved it, free of charge. But that was last season. That's what happened, and it was still an entertaining fight. We got to see the Rakes back, and I don't think we'll ever see them again after that performance. But I just love HyperShock. This version is a cross between 2018 stylistically with 2019 in form over.
You say this. So the only thing I know about HyperShock this season, internally, I don't know very much. My sources have told me they've actually have a whole new drive setup because the drive setup they used last season was sold out.
Really?
Oh shit!
So we have a pandemic-related
design
change.
Not necessarily. It was just a case of everyone else realised, oh damn, their setup worked really well. Let's use it. And then they never got to do it.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is. That's just that one of my sources has told me that's what happened.
I think
If that is the
rumor of
case,
that with when Greg Munson went on the Behind the Bots podcast, he was talking about parts being sold out, or not being able to be manufactured in
time.
China, obviously because of the So it has some degree of truth to it, I think, potentially.
if that was the case, they've basically become their enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it gives them a reason to go beat them, right?
Very funny.
When you say they've become, I mean, they were their own enemy last time. They kept hitting Valkyrie, and Valkyrie,
Being honest, they've been their enemy for quite a few seasons.
Yeah.
And let's say
they've lost, it's been because of something daft they've gone and done, and it's just like, oh, well,
Jevan,
we shouldn't have done that.
Jevan, you said you might have a source that says this robot may have showed up unfinished to the filming.
Oh, I definitely know that it was built on site. And
in true Will Bales fashion.
It is in true Will Bales fashion. And the fact that it looks so damn good is a testament to his CAD that he was working on for so long. I believe Will got locked down in Europe at one point during the whole pandemic thing. So, yeah, the fact that it's got to the stage where it is a real testament to him. I'd also just like to point out, on the BattleBots website, it does say that their favourite tool is Craig Danby. It's brilliant. HyperShock, I think the biggest thing to note about it is that this season they have been sponsoring other robots to get there, which is just such a big move from the team. Like, to really push for entertaining robots to compete. There are so many HyperShock-approved robots, some we will see today, that it's just really a kind gesture to
everything that's right about the sport.
Yeah,
sportsmanship. Sportsmanship is what makes the sport goes on.
Absolutely,
sportsmanship is what makes the sport what makes the sport continue on. And also, again, if they don't put this against Bale Spear, they're idiots because that is a pun that is perfect.
Sure is. You're
just going to have to create Anderson's BattleBots at this point, just doing the matchups of memes and puns.
That's all you need.
Let's move on to a team that HyperShock has actually faced before, I'm fairly certain. Am I right in saying that?
I'll check.
If it isn't, then sorry, but I think they should.
It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it's not.
I know what the link is. So ICEWave this season is HyperShock approved.
Oh, it is. Okay. Of course it is. So ICEWave, ladies and gentlemen, is back after a year out. It's in stealth mode. They've got another thing that I've noticed about this version of ICEWave is they've reprofiled the engine on the top. It looks very different.
I believe that top section is machined. I think it's a single piece. From what I've seen, I've definitely seen them machining something, and best guess is that top section. So if that is the case, then it's going to be solid.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think the bottom pieces as well. I think it's all machined aluminium.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, since Duck, it's the way to go, isn't it? I mean, people have seen it works, and a lot of teams are doing it.
Man.
ICEWave this season, I don't know. Again, it may be very similar to Bronco, as we mentioned earlier. It may not necessarily be a full competitor this season. I'm just glad it's back.
Yeah.
Like, ICEWave was so highly rated for so long, and it never quite happened for them, did it?
Yeah, well, Light Force kind of turned its blade into Laffy Taffy the last time.
It did.
Fought, so.
Yeah. The Remark event was a real, just very upsetting for any ICEWave fans. It was taken to pieces in ways that we didn't think possible, and yikes.
It's very good to see it back, though.
It's again, much like we've mentioned with a few teams before. BattleBots isn't BattleBots without ICEWave. They were seed second, if you remember back into the 2015 season for the tournament. They split 2 robots in 2018. They split Vanquish in half and Huge. ICEWave is a spectacular machine on its day, no matter what happens, if it wins or loses. The loss against Rotator, look at that. It was incredible just watching the engine parts just flying around the arena. I'm so glad ICEWave's back.
You know what it is, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
I know Jack.
I missed the blue. I missed the blue.
I will say this actually. I used to be a bit upset about the new color change because I thought it looked a bit bland. But actually, in this promo pic, I think it looks nicer personally.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't
It's
know. I
very
think
clean,
black and
isn't
yellow
it?
does work well together.
Yeah.
Very clean, very crisp.
Very clean, very crisp, very sexy. You know, I'm up for
Very,
that.
very wet.
I have to
Very
say,
moist.
like,
Oh dear.
I know a friend of the podcast, Jack Tweedy, was a bit upset that they stole their color scheme.
Jack
But-
Tweedy.
But what I did say to him very simply is ICEWave hit them so hard that they took their colors.
Trading paint on the track, man. That's what they do.
I love you, Tweedy. I can't wait to have you on this season. Let's move on to a robot that was built in literally a week.
Yeah. Remember that a month?
Sod what we said earlier about HiJinx. So a month,
Yeah.
not Hydra. Yeah, it's impressive. But this is this is incredible. No, it wasn't
Axolotl.
HiJinx.
Axolotl was built in a
Sorry,
month.
That was it.
Axolotl. That was
Yeah.
it. Yeah, Sod what we
I mean,
said
this
about
was
that.
built in the
impressive.
same time frame.
No, it was a week.
crazy.
It was literally a week.
It wasn't a week; it was 4 weeks.
It was running
It's
within a
designed-
week.
Designed and built in
that
4
lasts
weeks.
for a week. That lasted. A 2020 week. About that.
Yeah.
That lasts 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We closed our eyes to sigh for a minute and opened them, and it was 3 weeks later.
Pretty much. Jackpot, ladies and gentlemen. Jackpot. Can I just say, 13 Black wants to know their location.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So does Gabe Stroud for other reasons.
Oh,
For those that don't know, Jackpot was originally called Sabretooth, but things happened and it's now no longer called Sabretooth and it's now called Jackpot. Which I'm glad of, because I'll be honest with you, the gambling card suits aesthetic is something that needs to happen more, and I'm so happy that this is here. Jackpot looks fantastic.
Yeah, I was discussing this with Steve and Jevan about a week ago. I mentioned that the whole casino gimmick is the one that I really like. I liked 13 Black. There was aces and eights in the original BattleBots. So I really liked that, even if it was just a block.
It made the semifinals.
It made the
did.
semifinals. Can't say it wasn't effective.
I guess.
And this looks nice. Honestly, it looks like Bite Force, but on steroids.
It's like you stretched the front of it out really far, like you used like a pan like crop tool and just went yoink.
It's like you turned around and said, "Right, Bite Force, you got that spinner. Okay, I'm just going to take that and make it bigger." There we go. but it does look nice.
One thing I will say as well, which I didn't know until there was a bit of test box footage that was released for Jackpot. Jackpot has those ears on top of the uprights for the spinner, right?
Yeah.
It does also have a Shremek.
Yeah, I think. I don't know what's happened there. I was going to bring this up because obviously, looking at the back of the machine, the Shremek isn't in that photo. So I wonder if it's a change that they have made mid-season because maybe this wasn't effective. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a testament that they're making changes and seeing what works and what doesn't. Obviously, Death Roll was quite successful with their sort of arm.
I was going to say,
last
it gives me a lot of Death Roll vibes, this does, especially with the way that the Shremek worked as well. The way that it looks turning over. I wonder if it could be as successful, because obviously Death Roll had a great season.
Right. Another thing is, I know we see the diamond-shaped spinners in this particular promo picture, but don't they have other ones that are shaped like other card suits in their repertoire?
They went through some design changes as part of CADing, but they went with diamonds in the end.
Okay.
I think they were planning hearts, but that wouldn't have been as effective, I don't think.
Okay.
You see, this is how destroyed my brain is today. It took me this long to realize they're actually diamonds.
Yeah.
It took me that long to realise it. I need to go to bed, don't I? Jesus, it's been a long day.
I know the CAD was originally hearts, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Which
I would admit, I'd like to see a spinning pair of clubs. I think that would look pretty
no, that just seems messy.
Too much round stuff. Too much round.
Yeah.
Nah.
Let's.
Fine, spade then. Deal with it.
You need a spade to dig you out of this mess.
Best chess. But, your next best sort of design, but I think diamonds is the way to go.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Next up, a team which I absolutely adore, a robot which I absolutely adore, and has really come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of seasons. It is Kraken.
Which is now a cluster bot, and I don't like that. But apart from
And also now a hockey team.
It's not a cluster bot.
Did you say that? Oh, is that what the Sorry, Steve. Just quickly, was that what the new Seattle team is called? Is it? Are they called the Kraken?
Yes,
Oh, nice.
they're called the Seattle
Sweet.
Kraken.
Awesome. Right, back to robots. Sorry, I've been waiting to hear that for yonks. I don't. Oh, sorry. Okay,
yeah,
I'm going.
Anderson, they're not a cluster bot.
Jolly good. Right, I know
have-
they're not a cluster bot.
Good.
That was the
they
joke.
are doing something that I think you guys have talked about before, and I've certainly spoken to other people about, is bringing multiple chassis along. And they've brought a whole other Kraken along this year.
Multiple pre-built
yeah.
machines. It's different to bring full chassis, like a chassis you can swap in, but from a picture that we have seen, and I don't know if it's not on the. I mean, it was on Facebook.
Yeah, it's public info.
Yeah. So I mean, there's going to be conversations about whether or not you should. I mean, this BattleBots has their own rule set, but ethically, should you be able to bring multiple pre-built machines to a competition, or should you just bring parts? That's what I mean. So that was a conversation we had last week. So I think it still holds water. I love the team. I've met them a whole bunch of times. Matt's been on the podcast. He's a great guy.
Lovely guys.
Yes, but I guess there's that just kind of hanging about there. So
I like the way that Robot Wars handled it. So back in the day, for those that don't know, Sabretooth in Series 10 turned up with 2 Sabretooths. But what Robot Wars did is they asked Gabe to disassemble the second Sabretooth, so they could have all the parts there as spares, but they couldn't have 2 complete robots ready to go, which like Bronco have done in the past. I think that's a good way of getting around it, in a sense of, yes, you've got all the parts there, but you've still got to assemble the robot.
And it's no knock against the team. You know, it's if it's in the rule set, like if you're allowed to do it, you're allowed to do it, but it's just one of those...
it's in the rules, but is it in the sport of it? That's
right.
what I have
correct.
to argue.
Correct.
You know, and fair play to them. It's a clever idea. I'll give them that. I will give them more than enough credit for that. And like I said, using the rules to your advantage, brilliant, fair play. I just don't think it's fair, but that's just me personally. But enough about the loopholes.
What I will say, I really do like their. So the other version of Kraken is like the anti-spinner setup. So it's like it's got a more cambered wedge on the sides, so things can drive up it easier. They've got shorter teeth, so they don't get chopped off. You know, it's a good design, and it's a necessary design change to fight spinners. And I think it will be quite successful. I think we can say, because it's on the BattleBots website, that we know one confirmed fight, which is Kraken versus Black Dragon, which is going to be very tasty indeed.
It will be tasty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, certainly.
Yeah, it's two cool teams and 2 very cool robots as well. We will move on to one of the most experienced teams of them all. It is LockJaw, it is Donald Hudson, it is a phenomenal robot, and I mean, what can you say about LockJaw that we haven't already said? It's just, what a machine.
It's LockJaw, and it's somehow smaller. How is it smaller? It's tiny. Look at it.
It's chibi LockJaw.
It really is. I think the weapon is now a single bar instead of the chunky teeth.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, I actually quite like the look of that, but I don't know how effective it's going to. I think it'll be quite... I don't think it's going to affect it much, but you never know.
And from the picture, it looks like multiple pieces of metal stacked together. So that's an interesting design choice, and hopefully that holds up where, say, like one part of it gets chipped off, and you can replace just a little piece instead of the whole weapon. So if that's the way it's set up, that would be interesting. So... It's so small.
It is not a big robot at all. But at the end of the day, it was never big anyway. It's turned into this very refined and efficient weapon, which obviously LockJaw wasn't originally a spinner. Let's not forget. They've kind of had to retrofit it in, and it's now refined to a point where you've got to think LockJaw is going to be up there in terms of competition.
They've done it before. They can do it again.
Definitely. It looks like they have a couple of different kind of spinner setups they can go through, where there is one that actually is one that is split and has 2 different discs.
That's last year's photo.
Why is it here, Jevan?
I don't know.
Oh, good.
What I will say is it's just great to have Donald back again. He's the Oh man, he is like, in my opinion, of all the legends, he's the one that really makes it BattleBots. You know, he's such a good sportsman. He's built so many different designs, so many different types of robot. He's so experienced, it's unreal. And I really hope he wins this year. He so deserves it. I want him to win one, but
I mean,
don't
not
know
that he's
how.
won the other 6,
Yeah.
Well, you know.
I'm pleased to hear that the forks are still lifting forks. They are articulated apparently, so it still holds a bit of that classic mutant robotics design with a vertical spinner setup. Obviously, it's modern day. Is it just me, or does it look sort of quite animal-esque now with the sort of the spinner is quite like a head of something?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I also find it kind of strange that the rear tires are like a lot more narrow than the front ones. It's very
I think they've been like inset a bit.
Yeah, it'd be very like him to have something that's more kind of organic looking, because I think honestly all his robots have this kind of organic feel to them. Honestly,
Yep, absolutely.
With Tazbot with its insect head and Dissector with its jaws, and I mean,
don't forget the T-Rex.
Don't forget the T-Rex. Don't forget.
I can't remember the name. I can't remember what the name was of it, but it was incredible.
Gear Crow.
That's the one, Gear Crow. Moving on from LockJaw, we move to a team which last season just turned up out of the blue. This season they've come back a bit more prepared, and goodness me, this robot looks ferocious. It is Mad Catter. They've gone with the spinner variant in the main as the main setup, but they do also have a big flaming axe a la Blacksmith.
I love it. It's so crazy. I love it.
I mean, this robot, the vertical setup especially, is very much like their sort of King of Bots counterpart, Cat King, and that thing is an absolute tank. So if this is half as good as that, then I'll be impressed. You've got to love the design aesthetic as well. I mean, it has a massive spinning brain with a spider on the brain, and you know, it's just cool, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously borrowing
really
a lot of.
Really,
I was going to say it's borrowing a lot of cues from its cousin Warhawk, I think.
Yes. Yeah, it does look very. There's an interesting lineage amongst a bunch of robots in the field, and I think it was cleared up on Facebook.
Jevan did it.
It's not been cleared up. Apparently, I've made mistakes, and
it's very complicated.
Basically, the long and the short of it is that the 2016 team of Bad Kitty splintered off, and Mad Catter came as part of it, and then the CAD was shared with the Western Allied Robotics team who brought Warhawk, and that's how these two are connected. That's the short version.
We won't go. Maybe one day we'll do maybe one day we'll do our own separate video on like the whole lineage of these two teams. But until then, they're an enigma.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, this robot looks really. I mean, it looks really solid. And if it's like you guys said, if it's any bit as effective as Cat King is or was, it's definitely got a shot to turn some heads. I do like the synergy of lifter and spinner, or axe and spinner. Or axe and lifter. Excuse me. It's got a cool aesthetic. The team is great. Martin Mason he's a true man of the sport.
He's a character,
and oh, definitely. And we need more characters on this show because that's really what helps make it awesome. Plus with the robots. But yeah, I wish them all the luck in the world. It's cool to see them actually be there as a full-on participant this time, instead of just showing up and saying, "Hey, we want to fight." It's really, really cool to see teams evolve to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we love them for it. And hopefully we'll get to see a bit more Mad Catter this season. Obviously, they had that amazing 2-on-2 with Monsoon and Ragnarok last year where they were partnered with Chronos. So we'll see how they get on. It's certainly a marked improvement, externally by the looks of things on Mad Catter.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and potentially have Mad Catter as potential top 16 for me, because I know that King of Bots is a different field to BattleBots, but at the same time, it was just so solid in it. And they did a tag team alongside Spectre, and Spectre was really struggling, and if Cat King wasn't there, probably would have lost the fight. So yeah, I think it's a real shout at an underdog story for Mad Catter this year.
Highly rated.
Yep, absolutely. Next team along the list is Malice, a newcomer to the 2020 season, which for some reason has the most promotional branding I've ever seen for a new team, because they had all the stuff. They sold everything. They had all of the stuff. And do you know what? The robot itself doesn't look too bad. It has a horizontal kind of big chunky disc at the front. It reminds me in some weird ways of Infernal Contraption from Robot Wars, the kind of very slender body. There's not much to it, but there's a big weapon at the front. I like the way it looks. I think that they have a little, quite a lot of potential in that, weapon at the front. What do you guys think of Malice?
I'm confused as to why the team keep referring to it as a horizontal drum spinner. I'm not a fan. I think it's a chunky flywheel at best. And this thing we've seen several spin-up tests of it. It looks pretty competent for a first-time outing. I mean, Bunny, the team captain, has been on all of the teams in the past. She's been part of Shatter in the past. I think she was on Team Shatter last season. She was on another team. I forget which team it was. It could have been Scorpios, but I forget. No, Rex. It was the Rex team she was on back in the, I think, 2016 season. But yeah, she's a well-versed roboteer, and they're going from strength to strength. It's got 2 different weapon setups. Both of them look pretty nasty. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it fight, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how effective a horizontal flywheel drum, whatever you want to call it, is in this weight class, because I know there are other smaller weight class robots that have tried this, and it's decently effective. But I'd like to see how well it transfers to the heavyweight class. It's definitely wider than it is long. So that's going to make it an interesting robot to fight just based on that. It's very monochrome, aside from the one bright red disc at the front. I would like to see more color. I do like the top
the detailing,
the shape on the top, the detail on the front with the eyes and furry ear aesthetic, that little plate they have on top. I think that's really cool. But yeah, it's this is one of those robots where it's like we can kind of assume how well it could do, but it's an unknown, because really heavyweight, whatever you want to call this weapon, really hasn't been done really at all. So it's completely new. So we have to kind of give it as much potential as possible, and then we'll see whether or not it's effective or not. I mean, this will be one of those robots, like after its first fight, I think we'll have a better idea on how well it fights. That's the thing. It's kind of hard to figure without really seeing it do something. That's one of those things. It's an unknown.
Yep.
Yeah, my only worry is it looks like it's got quite a few exposed areas, but that, again, without seeing it fight, we can't really tell how exposed they are. So,
I mean, the front wheel protection, like the bar there,
it's a bit suspect, yeah.
that is very much, it's there to maybe stop something from just driving into the wheels, I guess. But other than that, I mean,
it's not going to stop any weapons.
No.
So.
But yeah, no, I get what you mean, Anderson. It's quite hollow looking.
yes.
Yeah.
We'll move on we talked about Huge being the biggest robot in BattleBots. That's no longer the case, of course. Mammoth is. And Mammoth is gargantuan as ever. And I have to say, respect to the team for trolling everyone with the Nuts 3 crate.
What was that?
Ooh.
No, I respect it. I respect the shithousery from Mammoth, I have to say. I also respect the fact that they've now got an E-Tech powered weapon.
It's so silly. It's such strong. You see this thing launch itself when it's upside down. This thing can self-right now.
It has it all. It has it all.
I mean, you can love or hate it for it being basically scaffolding on wheels, but there's something about it that just screams BattleBots. Unfortunately, for one of us, I know one of us doesn't like it very much. But it's just got this weird aesthetic that just kind of fits the show. And it was decently effective last time around. I mean, it did get quite exposed when it fought Uppercut, and I think we kind of saw weaknesses of this design. This is one of those things where it's got to be driven perfectly. Otherwise, if you show a side, you're in trouble. But that's the thing. I don't know if this team is there to run the table.
Win.
They're there to really be just entertaining, and I mean, of course they want to win. Duh, everybody there wants to win. But this is one of those robots where it's entertainment is a high caliber here. It's very important to them. So, and I'm glad to see them back. I'm glad to see that they actually have some wheel protection now. That's a good start. Their motor protection rather, because they were just out there last year. So I can give them that.
I mean, as far as entertainment goes, they ooted Axe backwards last year.
Yeah.
Which was one of the fight highlights of the season for me, to be honest. Did not expect it. They had a reasonably close fight with Wanhu, which I can see why it went Wanhu's way. I mean, Wanhu got a lot of the points, but if you're not thinking about the points and you're just watching the fight, neither robot could do much to the other. So it was quite entertaining on that front. I believe they had a basement fight sort of rematch against Foxtrot from Robot Ruckus, which went pretty much the same way.
Yep.
It was even more spectacular.
Yeah. And obviously, as you said, the uppercut fight last season, which sort of found them out, really. But yeah, I think I have to echo what Steve has said. It's very BattleBots. I mean, it's big, and big is beautiful.
Everything's bigger in the USA, right?
Yeah, it does something that other robots don't, and I think that's what I like about it most. I mean, obviously, it is again very hollow, more so than Malice.
But that's the thing. If there's nothing to hit, then there's you can't hit it.
It's very true.
Yeah. It would benefit having little mammoth fur that could light on fire.
Yeah, I think it was something that was discussed at one point or another, wasn't it? That Mammoth was going to have fur. What I do love is in the sort of preview photos of Mammoth and the team is Ricky Willems has brought back the gauntlet that he had. Obviously, he injured himself just before filming last time and made this amazing BattleBots gauntlet for him to be able to drive with. And he's brought that back without injuring himself this time, which I really like, because I think that was a real sort of staple of his character last time. The dude with the bionic arm almost. So yeah, I'm a big fan, and I just hope that they are as entertaining this season as they were last.
Yeah.
I had a feeling that this was going to happen. He's like,
Can you tell who doesn't really like it?
Sorry, it's not my fault. I mean, you know me. I always give respect where respect is due, and they've built something ridiculous and silly. But it's just they've managed to make something ridiculous and silly, but still uninteresting to me. Like Steve said, it's just a bit of scaffolding on wheels. It's like, it's not my cup of tea, but it's good to see them back again anyway. They're good characters and good sports. Hopefully they'll. I mean, I'll give them credit. Their KO on Axe backwards last season was pretty cool to watch. So fingers crossed we can see some more interesting stuff from them this time around. Best of luck to them.
Yep, absolutely. I echo that. I think they're good sports, and I think they'll be They'll be ones to watch, I think. Certainly for entertainment value. Whether they actually, compete at the highest level is one thing, but they'll certainly be interesting to watch. Moving on to the next machine, it is P1 Evo. Obviously the lineage from
Charlie Hubbard's wife too.
Good friend of the podcast, Charlie Hubbard, has good connections with the P1 team, and P1 Evo. My goodness me, what an incredibly good-looking robot this is. First of all, I have to give him enormous credit for going for the Gulf Oil livery this season with P1, with the nice pale blue and orange together. Looks very, very nice indeed. I do have a request for the team, if they are watching. Next season, can we go for the Martini stripes? That might be quite cool if you could get that on there. P1 Evo.
That would look gorgeous.
It would look really good. P1 Evo supposedly is goddamn ridiculous underneath. Apparently has some serious drivetrain upgrades, which makes it particularly sprightly around the arena. They have that, what looks like a big chunkier wedge. There's massive big teeth at the front. I have a sneaking suspicion that P1 this season could be something quite special.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope so.
Yeah,
it looks too good.
It does. I'm scared for it to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I understood about under half of what you said regarding any motor racing. I'm not that big a motor racing person, but this does look like a zoomy car, and that's always appealing. I want to take a moment to educate potentially the American audience in the term front hinge flipper, because we can guarantee that BattleBots will not use it. Forward thrust flipper is not a thing. That's not a thing. It's never been a thing. Front hinge flipper.
Yep.
Repeat. Front hinge flipper. Good. Thank you for coming to my TED talk.
One of the things I do really appreciate as well, obviously, the car, it's based off a racing car. Another thing that they have put on the back, on the rear wing, is the team name preceded by the word Scuderia, which is Italian for team, obviously taking reference to the fact that Italian cars generally tend to go quite fast. So it's just something I really like. The attention to detail of this robot, like as a motorsport purist as I am, I just appreciate a lot of this, and it's so good. It's so good, and I just beg that they can put something together this season that can dish out the punishment, because God bless them, with Parallax they didn't get a bloody showing at all, and with P1, yes, okay, we saw them feature against Sub-Zero, but it just didn't quite work out for them, and I think they ended up. Did they lose to Sidewinder last season as well?
Yeah, they did. It was a quick fight, as I recall.
Yeah. If you remember back as well, they had that really cool thing where the exhaust of P1 actually threw out sparks because they had a little grinder on the inside.
Which spitting fire.
Yes, I just hope they have that back again. If they don't for practical reasons, then fair enough, but I hope they do for style points. This robot makes me very happy. It sparks joy.
And Anderson, I'll just let you know of something that's on the website that will please you. They've said that their favourite robot is Crichton. So,
I'm happy with that.
Big red dwarf points there.
Yeah, big red dwarf points. Love it.
Very good.
Definitely. No, I mean, I personally believe there are not enough motorsport themed robots out there. So, build some more, please, people. If you're hoping to be a roboteer, build them. Okay, They're beautiful. This is proof. This is proof of it. P1, I really want them to do well, and they are definitely a robot I would consider potentially being in the top 16.
Me too.
Not too sure if I would say so, but I hope so, because God, look at it! And they've done so much work with it, and they've put so much attention to detail with the gimmick, and it's beautiful, and it's fast, and cars. Anyway.
Yeah.
Not with that.
From cars, I suppose. We should move to trains, really, shouldn't we? With our next robot, the Pain Train, or not the Pain Train, just Pain Train. This robot is brought to you by the same team that built the Beetleweight Shrederator, who last year, was it early this year, won Norwalk Havoc?
It was early this year, Norwalk Havoc, I believe.
Okay, so they won the event. It wasn't the latest one, because that was won by Billy. No. It was the one, I think it was in February or January, I want to say. It was pre-COVID. That's how long ago it
Mhm.
was. Pain Train, I have issues. Not with the way it looks, because fair play to them, considering they, again, much like a lot of teams, put this together in about a month, is very impressive. I mean, we saw it being assembled in the latest Norwalk Havoc live stream, but pretty much it was there in pieces on one of the workbenches.
Yeah, I mean, it was built within a month of it, so that's not even using the full month.
Yeah,
it was
incredibly...
the last team to be accepted, and the turnaround on it is just impossible. But,
They did it.
They did it, and
Yep.
geez, this thing looks... I quite like it.
It looks great. My only issue, and this again comes from the test box footage, and I don't know how much of it is an oversight from the team or if it's just accidental. I don't know. When it drives forward, it tilts back, which means the wedge slits aren't on the floor. And the other issue I have with it is I don't know how much reach that weapon actually has outside of the wedge slits.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
For me, I think the robot looks great and it has the potential to do really well. It's just that I don't feel like it was, obviously, rush build aside, the optimization of Pain Train I don't feel has enough to it to be a serious contender this season. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, pretty much what you said. I love how we're ignoring the fact it's called Pain Train and it looks nothing like a train, by the way, but we'll gloss over that.
I get no. It's so like the spinner's meant to be like a like a train plow,
Yeah. I get.
Carry on.
No. Honestly, that spinner just don't think it's got enough reach. I mean, it might do a bit of grinding, but I don't think it's going to do anything major. I mean, I could be completely bloody wrong, obviously, and most likely am because it's me. But yeah, I just don't that in agreement, you cheeky shit. No, seriously, yeah. I mean, credit where it's due, but I don't see it doing the business. What I'm going to say about it.
It's a slightly asymmetrical drum in a way. I don't really know. There's too much to not know about how effective this could be. My favorite part about this, and looking at a zoomed in picture of this, is the top of the robot has a really neat aesthetic of New York, and with the Statue of Liberty in a couple places, and it's got graffiti. Like it's really nice looking.
They've done a cracking job on the aesthetics, haven't they?
Yes, I don't know how well that's going to come across on TV, but in this shot here, it looks really, really cool. It's one of those robots where you like, and I agree with you, Sam, where I'm a little worried about it wheeling all over the place. This is,
I think this
I
could
can't
be a
be
case
too
of,
hard on them.
Yeah, this could be a case of they've arrived this year to see if the concept actually works, and then focus on next year to actually try and compete. Because obviously you have to remember this was built in a month.
Yes, so nothing wrong with that there. Heck, they built a heavyweight. I haven't, so I mean, shoot, it's awesome.
I mean, it's I would say probably one of the more traditional beta bars we've seen competing in BattleBots. It's not quite as traditional as some of the ones over sort of UK and that, where you got the hole in the middle, but it's along those lines. And kudos to them for bringing a slightly different weapon to something we've seen. It's not just your average 2-wheel drive vert. The thing I see what you're saying about the smack on the thing maybe not being as big as they need it to be. Like, it doesn't have enough reach, and the wheeling. But my main concern for this robot is sort of the gaps are sort of built that if a horizontal comes in, it's going to potentially hit and bend the whole frame of the machine. And it's not got much to deflect the horizontals other than the main frame itself. So that is my main concern, but I'm still incredibly excited to see it fight, and I'm the team have worked hard on it, and I'm excited more to see if it can prove us wrong.
Yeah, like I would be more than happy for Pain Train to turn up and dominate the season and say, well, gosh, god damn it, the Robocast guys are useless, they know nothing. But that remains to be seen. I
think everyone knew that, didn't they?
Well, everyone else pretty much does, don't they? At this point, we'll move on to an old friend, let's say. For those that
Hope you're
don't know,
referring to the robot there.
yes, well, of course. So the next robot is a robot called Perfect Phoenix, which
Yes.
the educated among you may recognise as a former BattleBots Giant Nut winner.
Yeah.
Formerly known as Brutality, which was built by Paul Ventimiglia. It was recently acquired by Mr. Ray Billings and was handed over to the Doom Kid from BuggleBots, and we have Perfect Phoenix, which is basically an amalgamation of all the greatest aspects of, drivers, builders, engineering put together, and we've got Perfect Phoenix competing at BattleBots in 2020. My only concern, because regardless of what we think, it's got a fantastic driver. Ray obviously has done a lot of work to try and make sure that Perfect Phoenix is in tip-top shape. It was built originally by Paul Ventimiglia, so there's no doubting its original build quality. The issue is this robot is from 2009.
Yes.
The world has come a long way in 11 years. Like that's in roboteering terms, that is an ice age ago. It really, really is. Like, the damage potential is obviously there because we've seen it before. It's
heavyweight hazard.
Yeah, essentially.
You know what I mean?
Essentially, yeah. But like my issue is obviously this. As I said, 2009 was 11 years ago. That's a long time ago. Has it still got that ability?
Yeah, because a lot changes in like 2 years in Robot Combat, let alone 11.
Yeah.
I mean that's 11. Geez, that's mental. Yeah. Oh, that makes you feel old. Oh man. Oh, I miss those days. Anyway, yeah, I don't know.
Another issue I have with it, and it is only a very small issue, is the color scheme is leaving a lot to be desired.
Very boring, isn't it? It's
very bland.
It's Tombstone, but the weapon bar's on top.
Yeah, and it's got 4 wheels. Like, again, don't get me wrong, not that, Brutality was particularly colourful and exciting to look at in the first place, but...
Right, yeah.
So the name Perfect Phoenix stems from a Beyblade. Which, looking at that, it was a very creative design, and, you've got a lot to work with a name like Perfect Phoenix. I mean, first of all, calling your robot perfect is a... We'll move on. I'll get angry. But... the Phoenix aesthetic you could have gone for, like a flaming blade. Gigabyte went for Guy Fieri this year. Maybe Perfect Phoenix could have seen the bird rising from the flames or something. I don't know, but black wedge with red spinner on top. Oh, good. Very, very dull, and I just feel like there could be more creativity.
Yeah, like it doesn't. It's not that we don't like it. It's just that we don't. The fact that it leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh, no, I don't like it. I'll go as far as saying I don't like it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, it's one of, I think. No, it's the only one that this season I'm not the biggest fan of, and so the team themselves haven't really had to do that much to it, I don't think. I mean, I might be completely wrong about that, but I mean, as you say, it was built by Paul Ventimiglia, it was upgraded by Ray Billings. What has everybody else done so far? They had the paint job to do, and they went black and red. I mean,
Tombstone's colours, it
is Tombstone's colours, but it is hardly like pushing the boat out, is it? It's disappointing.
Yeah, and I get the reasoning for naming it Perfect Phoenix, aside from the Beyblade correlation. Like it's a robot rising from the ashes from 2009.
Yeah.
So I get that. But yeah, it does leave a lot to be desired. I mean, it's still going to be Brutality, but it's one of those robots where I do agree that we've moved on a little bit.
It's even worth noting that in the interesting fact, they've put Perfect Phoenix and then in brackets put Brutality.
Yes.
It's like, come on. Even you are calling this out.
So, all that aside, I know from my own curiosity, and I'm sure you three are the same, I am intrigued to see how this fares. Like, regardless of if it wins or loses or what have you, I am so intrigued because obviously Brutality won. I don't know if it was fairly comfortably or what, but they won the BattleBots Open in 2009. I am so fascinated to see how Perfect Phoenix deals with the competition in 2020, because let's face it, the standard of competition, by and large, is like maybe not this year, but on the whole, is way, way higher than it was in 2009. And I am intrigued to see how it deals with that.
Yeah, definitely. Especially considering it also retired a former BattleBots legend in Biohazard. Well, I mean, say former BattleBots legend. They are BattleBots legends still, but Biohazard was this, and I think it was Megabyte, wasn't it? With the two that did so much damage to Biohazard that it had to be retired.
they kind of tag team Biohazard and kind of put it out of its misery finally, didn't they?
Yeah, so because of that, it would be interesting to see how it would. I mean, will we see that happen to them this time around? It's a very strong possibility, definitely. So yeah.
Perfect Phoenix. Wonder how perfect it will be after the season's over. I hope it remains intact at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. I hope that they have brought spares and things, and that they will be able to work on the robot themselves, because I think Ray is going to be quite focused on Tombstone in competition. The team will need to sort of step up and know how this thing goes together and comes apart and all that. So yeah, I hope that they have. I mean, I'm sure they've had the sort of training and necessary how this thing goes together, and that they can rebuild it themselves.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, well, absolutely. Next up, we have Rampage, which is a new entry into the 2020 BattleBot season. Now,
they stole my team name.
They did. They stole Jevan's team name, which was Team X. So if you've got any suggestions for Jevan to rename his team, you can email them to.
I have a new team name now.
Oh, good. Excellent.
No. I've got a great name. Team Evil Weevil. I think is a great team name.
Stop. Just stop.
Let's
Team
talk about
Team Z.
Oh, I like it.
He said Z properly. That boy.
My guy.
There you go.
I want to talk about Rampage.
I'm the odd one out here. I have to assimilate here.
So, a lot of people have criticised Rampage for being a bit basic, and do you know what? It is very, very basic.
I'd also like to point out it's nothing like the CAD we saw.
It's not. No.
I mean, I know it wasn't even a finished CAD when we saw it, but yeah, it's gone from having a lifter to not.
But, and here's my exception here. Okay, normally I would be more than happy to slate them for, blah, 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 whatever. They are at BattleBots with this.
Yes.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's a shed build. We talk about shed builds all the time. The only CAD on this robot is the weapon blade. That's it. Everything else is hand done.
Yep.
Exactly. This is one of those robots where this team, and I know this team personally because they go to events in my area. They're all really, really awesome. The family very, very nice. They're very, very helpful with everybody. And I'm really, for the team standpoint, I'm very happy to see them there because they deserve to be on BattleBots because they're just very nice people.
This is the thing, right?
How effective? Yeah, go ahead.
You have to look at this season as an opportunity for teams that would, realistically, if you would have said at the start of 2020, this robot will be accepted into BattleBots, everyone would have laughed at you because, compared to the, super high-end machines like your Tombstones, your Bite Forces, your Chomps even these days, technologically wise, this is obviously nowhere near that level. It's it's no shade on the team. In the end of the day, you can only do what your resources allow you to build.
Right.
The fact that they are able to take this robot and go and compete at BattleBots in California, in LA, with this robot, that is just so cool. It's so cool to me. It is so cool to me, and the fact that we're going to see this potentially fight maybe a Tombstone or fight a HyperShock.
Please let them.
But don't know how.
Please defend this robot.
No, right, that's what I mean. The idea that you may end up fighting something like a Tombstone or like a Huge.
I mean, it's an honor to fight
exactly
any of the teams in BattleBots.
And with a robot like this, which it has been built very quickly by a team that. Obviously they've built this robot very quickly and not had much resources to build something, super high end, but they've put something together and they're at BattleBots. It's great. And I think
Yeah.
I know you can say that about every team this season, and you can do, and credit to everyone who's ended up going this year, but this is the one I saw a lot of people like criticizing Rampage. Why? They are at
This team has built a lot of robots already. This is not their first build. They're very prolific with how many machines they have.
I think it's
all
their
the
first
kids on that
heavyweight,
team.
I think.
Yeah, if their first, I think it's their first heavyweight. Like all the kids on that team, I think like they all have experience driving. Like they're all. I mean, this is not a. It's interesting, and like I really want them to do well, and it's not just because I know them, but it's one of those robots where I'd like to see a shed build do well, because I think we always harp on the fact that like everything's too mathematically perfect, everything's too designed to a T. It'd be nice to see something just come out of the woodwork and
Don't get me
shock.
wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Rampage. I'm sorry, guys. I think Rampage is going to end up in absolute bits by the end of the season. Not that I want them to, but I just feel like it's just going to end up getting sprayed across the arena like it's nothing. But what a great experience! Like,
Definitely.
If I had the chance to take the current version of Tomato Death Flamingo and get sprayed across the battle box, I'd absolutely take it because it's wonderful. And to be say, I was part of that. I helped make this happen. I'm excited to see what Rampage does in the arena, even if it gets blown to bits. Who cares? Who cares?
What I've got to say, this robot has one very juicy thing going for it, and that the armor is so thick. Like, I believe it's the thickest armor in the field this year. And that's going to be very helpful to them. I mean, I don't know how much of it is metal. What's HDPE or what's the other one that a lot of teams use?
UHMW.
UHMW. I didn't know what on earth you were going on about.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's called
But yeah, I mean, this robot, it is sort of the sort of thing that you would see on Robot Wars. Like it's a very Robot Wars machine, and that's in no way a bad thing because I love the shed builds. There's too many teams that have so much money pumped into their robots, and to have something that isn't that is just a testament that anyone can do it. There's a few robots this season that prove that anyone can do it, and this is one of them. And I think this is where the story will be that anyone can get into robot combat, and this robot is going to be one of the flag bearers for that, and I'm all for that.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Right. We will move on from Rampage and move on to one of my favourite newcomers from last season, and I'm sure everyone else will agree with me. When Grabot came into the scene, I think everyone was quite surprised at how good it really was.
My frog king.
I have to say, I've got a sneaking suspicion Grabot could be in the top 16 and quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Really?
I agree.
Well, it's basically Bite Force. and I'm not exaggerating that. I believe it has the same weapon setup as the incumbent champion. It has 4-wheel drive. The only thing that's different about Bite Force and Grabot is that Grabot has a silly frog on top of it. And I genuinely...
and interchangeable weaponry.
It does have interchangeable weaponry, but like the main setup that they used last season was the vertical disc, wasn't it? Or the vertical weapon. It wasn't a disc, it was a bar of some description.
I think the only time we ever saw a different weapon was when they used the wedge against Valkyrie in a basement fight.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Sam? What you're saying is you think it might be a total surprise next for this season?
Yeah. It's a bit of an amphibious idea, but I feel good about Grabot. I really do.
It's time to get froggy.
It is time to get froggy. I'm a bit sad they had to get rid of the legs. I think everyone else
Well, this is the thing. I was going to say, like, BattleBots changed their rules so that they couldn't have expanding foam. And, that was basically Grabot's entire aesthetic. So I was concerned that we wouldn't see something not nearly as good as this, or as good looking as this coming to BattleBots this year for the Grabot team. I thought they would probably just paint a frog on top of the robot or something because, they spoiled their fun. But what they did, when they went away, they made a wooden, mold.
Cast, yeah.
And then and then they've done vacuum formed tops, which
Mhm.
not only is lighter than the whole foam setup they had last season, which means that they can
Put more weight into
have
the weapon.
more weight in weaponry and the weapon setup and all of that. But also they can manufacture it really easily
And on site,
a
I
lot
believe,
quicker.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always one of those robots where you're like, wow, like that like this is a robot that, like, when you look at it, it's a very nice looking machine, if nothing else. But it also has the effectiveness too. So we definitely saw that last year, and I think it turned some heads. It's like, oh, this is a silly entry. It's not going to do any better than anything else. But it turned heads, and I have it knocking on my door for top 16. It's it showed enough last year where I think a year's worth of going back to the drawing board and evolving it was really what they needed. This is one of those robots where they went into BattleBots, got beat up a little bit, and then now are going to come back battle hardened. So I wish them the best of luck, and hopefully we see the Froggy Boys do well.
Doing their thing.
I'm hoping that they don't have a sort of, I want to say, a monsoon season.
A sophomore slump.
Yeah.
They were really strong in their first, they come back for their second, and it's sort of, they're given a slightly more difficult field perhaps, and sort of shown up a little bit. But, I still think that, Monsoon is still an absolute beast, and I think that Ribot is as well.
Well, let's not forget, obviously, I tipped Endgame to win this whole thing. Ribot beat them last year.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
So you can't discount their quality. I feel like they've got more to offer them than what meets the eye. I think that's fair to say. Anderson, you were being summoned.
Why?
To talk about Ribot.
Oh, it's Ribot. There we go. no, you guys have summed it all up pretty much, to be fair. I'll be honest, hot take, I think the foam looks nicer. I'm just going to say that now. I think this looks a little bit more, I don't know, it just doesn't look as nice in my opinion. But it looks a secondary compared to performance. And if it performs as well as it did last time around, we could genuinely see some surprising things with this robot this time around.
Yep. Yeah, I completely agree. It's a shame. Obviously, they had to lose the expanding foam and the legs, and obviously it's going to be a gutting thing. Not when it does fight a spinner or what have you, and you see foam flying around all around the box.
What I'm hoping is that perhaps when they're sat in the starting square, that they will have some legs there to just have Ribot look the way Ribot should, and then take them away for the fight.
Yeah,
I think other teams have done similar in the past, so yeah. That's my hope, anyway.
We'll see.
We will. Moving on to our next competitor, which is a robot. First of all, it's got a toy, so it's good. Second of all, it's a robot that I've really grown to appreciate over the last couple of seasons. Like, it's got under the radar just how good Rotator has got, and
it's kind of become Rota though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's Rota.
Yeah.
It's. I agree to an extent, because obviously in the past they had the two weapons, and I always thought that was the most fun setup because, let's face it is.
That's the one that they made the toy of.
It is. Victor, we're looking at you, lad. But for effectiveness, I can understand why. I don't know if there is the two weapon setup this time. I believe
there is.
Yeah.
They have gone fully modular this time, whereas last time that they it was almost accidental that they had to go in at quite a modular format because obviously they had the weapon failure. This time around, they've said, well, to be honest, actually, we beat Tombstone in this setup.
Yep.
So we're going to bring it back. Let's be honest. And I believe they have seven different setups this season for Rotator, which is just blooming marvellous. Again, I think I agree, Sam. Rotator is one that sort of turned my head in the last couple of years and become one of the robots I want to support more than I have done in the past, or potentially more than I was even aware of in the past. I'll be honest, I didn't know they were in the 2016 season. I forgot that they fought.
Well, they got battered in about 10 seconds, and that was it. But and that's really all we saw of Rotator, apart from the basement fights. But yeah, Rotator for me has gone from being like if you're
from
like a mid
zero
card,
to hero.
yeah,
almost.
genuinely, like it's like getting absolutely pumped by Witch Doctor in 10 seconds to beating Tombstone in a knockout. Not many teams can say that they've done that.
No, I'm excited to see what Rotator has to bring this year. Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of the setups. Even the supporters haven't seen a lot of the setups. We've seen blurred out images that hint at things, but yeah, I'm very excited for Rotator. There was some test footage of it absolutely smacking some metal, and it's got a lot of power in it, as you'd hope.
Shock, yeah.
Yeah, I'm game for more Rotator fun.
Yep. Anderson, anything to add?
It's Rotator. No, I can't wait to see it again. It's a good thing, and again, I can see it making the top 16 this time around.
Yeah,
I think they were unlucky to not last season. The one time that they put their dual spinner setup was the time that it failed them.
Yeah.
Well, technically,
Considering
it was actually their wheel that failed.
Right.
True.
Considering the scalp they got last year, it is a travesty that they didn't make the top 16.
Mm.
But
the season they beat Tombstone by a KO, and a pretty convincing one as well, considering it caught fire.
Yeah, Tombstone was on fire for a long time.
for literally 2/3 of the fight, it was. Yeah.
So the fact that it won that well, and then for it to be like, oh, we still haven't made top 16.
And then they lost to Blacksmith.
God! I mean, that just automatically is just woeful.
I mean, to be fair,
it was Blacksmith not using the hammer as well, which
no,
kind of
but
annoyed me.
I mean, to be fair, Rotate was dead on one side for pretty much the whole fight, wasn't it? So it wasn't really Blacksmith.
Why they lost.
Yeah, if Blacksmith had have lost that, I would. If I'm Al Kindle, I'm going to be salty about that. But let's move on from Rotator and let's talk about the best robot in the entire series and obviously the winner. I know I've mentioned Endgame. Anderson mentioned Copperhead. The two other lads obviously mentioning HyperShock, but we all know Rusty's going to win. So should we just pack up and go home now? Really?
No.
Yep, it's been fun.
I mean, Rusty has managed to do what no other robot has, and just claim a cult following before it's even fought. I mean, the moment we knew that,
Nelly will claim that they did as well, but no, not on this scale.
Not to the same degree.
No.
I mean, Rusty has taken not just like the BattleBots fans by storm, not just like the heavyweight field by storm, but it's taken the entire robot combat scene by storm just by existing.
Look at it.
And God, I love it. I love it so much, to the point where I'm building a beetle weight, hopefully, version of it. I adore this thing. It's a tracked, happy little hatted fella, and he's got a little drill, and he's off to do a day's work, and he's loving life. And what's not to love?
He's loving life, and then he gets drawn up against Tombstone, and he gets murdered.
No, do you know what?
It's like
do you know what? Okay, again, this is another example, because this is, I'm fairly certain, a shed build.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Again, this is a great example of oozing personality. It doesn't need to win any fights this season, does it? Let's be real here.
It's already won. It's already won everything.
Exactly.
Just
won the heart.
This is the magnum opus of shed builds that promote anyone can do this.
Yep.
And by God, if there was any robot to do it,
it's Rusty.
Rusty is the one.
Yep.
He is the chosen one.
I'd argue. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say that, like it just has it. It has it all. It has it all.
I mean, I'd argue it's like a sort of modern pièce de résistance in that it's a complete meme in itself. And let's be real now, it's not going to win. But we don't.
Well,
no, that's a lie, Anderson. We all know it's already won.
No, it hasn't though. Sam, shut up.
If it wins
one fight, right? If it wins one fight,
here we go.
Okay, I promise you this much now. I will eat my own hair. Okay.
All right, you all heard that.
You got it on film. You've all heard it. You've all, it's on the thing. And I promise. I mean, I've eaten soap and
come on,
nuggets.
Now there's real.
There's skin in the game now.
There's real consequences to your actions now, Rusty. Come on, let's do it.
It's like he got lost on his way to work and he showed up at BattleBots.
How did I get here? I don't know, but it's just
right.
Dear
All right,
me.
red square. Here we go. I guess this is new now. It's
He filled out the
it's
the
such a
paperwork
cool-looking
to
thing.
to start his new job. He didn't actually realise BattleBots actually meant battling. He just thought he was going to be a ref or something. But here he is.
Yeah, he's
BattleBots.
crew.
BattleBots. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be putting caps on bottles, and you
Yeah.
know it's fine. You
And
know.
that's not what it
He was
was.
actually just there to do arena maintenance, and then they put another robot in the arena, and then like, oh well, this is me now, I
Yeah,
guess.
he signed up to be shoved basically, and that
Yeah.
didn't exactly work out for him, huh?
Oh man,
Absolutely not.
Rusty.
What a
What a
thing.
guy.
What a thing. Let's move on to probably
You have to.
the best robot.
Just
the
before we
best
do,
Oh, go on.
just before we do, and I want to make this like as publicly known as possible. If you go and look at the BattleBots website, they put on there your favourite robot, and a good number of teams have put Rusty's favourite robot, and I love that. I love the fact that there is so much support for this robot. I've said my piece. Now I shall shut up.
Okay.
Good. Right. Moving on. To probably one of the best robots in the entire field. So much so that I've declared Endgame is going to win. I feel like this is going to be sniffing in and around that top 4. It's Sawblaze. Only beaten by Witch Doctor and Tombstone last time. No shame there. This robot is just something else. It has everything. It has power, it has offensive weaponry, it has a low ground clearance, it's well armored, it's well driven. Like, it has a flamethrower that fires green fire. Yeah. What isn't there to love? This thing has it all.
I mean, I would say it was unlucky to lose to Tombstone. I mean, it was dominating up until the point where it wasn't.
It was a driving error, wasn't it?
The pulverizer mistimed, and yeah. Oh, it's such a shame because I think they could have done it with especially with the hammer saw. Oh God, I've used the term hammer saw.
Yes, you have.
You sociopath.
The overhead spinner.
That's the woke way of calling it.
The overhead spinner set up this new weapon that came in last season, or around 2 years ago. It could have done Tombstone a mischief, and I think I would like to see a rematch between the two. I think that would be fun. I think Sawblaze has the potential to do it. Yeah, I'm excited. I agree. Top 4 at least.
Yeah, Sawblaze for me has gone from being we never really got to see its potential in 2016, did we? Because obviously they lost to Razorback contentiously, understandably, but contentiously. In 2018, when they came back, they weren't an also ran, but I think they only made the top 16 where they got beaten by Monsoon in the end.
What a fight.
What a great fight as well from both teams. Sawblaze, for me, last season went from being a good robot to an elite level machine. There's not many teams that can make that bridge. Like, I thought last season Whiplash did the same thing. Whiplash obviously made the top 4 in 2018, but they had I wouldn't say an easy run of it, but they had Yeti and Bronco to get through. Last season they beat Minotaur, they beat Son of Waiachi. They only lost to Witch Doctor as well. They only lost to Witch Doctor and Tombstone last season as well. So Whiplash for me is very similar to Sawblaze in a sense that it's gone from being a very good robot to a top level machine, and I feel like Sawblaze has now reached that level.
It's gone from being almost an unknown with sort of Splatter. I mean, if you didn't tell me that Splatter was a robot, I probably wouldn't know it was there. And to come back with Whiplash and do so well, I've just remembered we're talking about Sawblaze.
We are,
I'll save that conversation for later.
But the point stands. It's very similar. Sawblaze in its first season didn't really offer much. Obviously, it was kind of a subsect from the Overhaul team at the time, but Sawblaze never really got a run out. They had the fight against Razorback, which they lost, but that's by the by at this point. Sawblaze since then has just gone on to new strength to strength every season, and I want to ask Anderson what he thinks, because what do you think, Anderson, of Sawblaze? It's Sawblaze.
I love Sawblaze. I love Sawblaze. One of my favourite robots ever, because I love.
It's that good.
I fell in love with overhead saws when I saw SOB, the middleweight finalist from the original BattleBots season 5.0. Yes, I know that because I'm a nerd. And of course, seeing that in a heavyweight form automatically made me joyous, and I was gutted that it lost in that stupid decision. I know it made sense because of the rules at the time, but the rules were stupid. Whatever. So of course, seeing it actually do as well as it has done in the last couple of seasons is brilliant. It's a 2-time top 16 placer, and it's easily going to do it again. Let's be honest now. I can't unless all the planets align and this thing loses every single fight, it is going to make it into the top 16 again. And like you guys said, I can definitely see it being in the top end of that as well. If it doesn't make the top 4, I will be quite surprised.
The only thing that I can see with it is it seems to lack knockout potential, and that's one of the things I think that kind of caught it out a little bit last year.
This is obviously it's a scaled up version of the featherweight Megatron,
Yes,
which is like a force to be reckoned with over in the US lightweight or featherweight scene.
Yeah.
Like I'm pleased that he went for a Megatron-esque design because he knows it so well, and it works for him, and he knows what he's doing with it. So, this I don't think we've seen its knockout potential, but I do think it has it.
Actually, I'll be honest, I am actually inclined to agree with Steve a bit more here because I'm trying to remember its fights from last season. Its first one was Rotated, which was a judge's decision. Obviously, it lost to Tombstone.
I mean, they used the saw in the Rotator fight.
It did, yes. But even when it used a spinner, it fought Blacksmith, which obviously it was a very, very contentious judge's decision that it won there. It was quite close. And I can't remember, who was the other fight that they had?
Ribot.
That was it. And that was judges as well. And then they beat Son of Wachi via the judges. So they tend to go to 3 minutes, their fights, like regardless of unless they lose, then they'll go to 3 minutes.
It's a bit quite wild thing.
Break everything going through it. I mean, they did quite a bit of damage to Blacksmith, let's be honest. They did a hell of a lot of damage to Son of Wachi, retiring it. But this I feel this thing, like they're going to be working it in. I think last season they were finding their feet with upscaling a featherweight, and this season I think we will get to see a very dangerous Sawblaze indeed. Like before I knew which Doctor were coming, these were my pick to win the series, but then I went with my heart and said HyperShock. So,
Yep. I can't wait to see more of Sawblaze. I also can't wait to see more of our next robot.
Oh boy.
Robot Wars royalty, BattleBots royalty, even so much as Robotica royalty. It's Ed Robinson back with Sharkoprion or Sharko 2020. Good lord, look at the magnificence of this thing. Yes! Yes! Look at it!
It's very Mad Max, isn't it? And just
somewhat appropriate for Ed's current living arrangements.
Yeah. Ed Robinson, like we've had him on the podcast a couple of times now with Sharkoprion. He's had a great career with various robots. Sharkoprion, I thought the last one was really good. Had a really good, powerful spinner, which not many people give it credit for, but it was very solid. It had that really cool tail weapon as well. But this thing, it has the pneumatic lifter at the front. It just looks like it's going to mess up your day, doesn't it? It really, really does. I'm besotted.
We want Ed back on the podcast. Ed, if you're listening, please, we want you back.
Yes. First of all, that. Second of all, Sharkoprion, like it was knocking on the door of top 16 back in 2018. Obviously, last year, due to his traveling to China with his other robot Excelsior, didn't quite happen. But this robot in the past has had good pedigree. Yes, obviously it's a lifter and not a spinner now. It has the potential, and I you don't want to fight this thing early on because Ed is very experienced. He's got a good team around him. I would love it to do well.
I'm really pleased he has brought the sort of flipper setup of Sharko. He, as you said, he took Excelsior to China and didn't really get the opportunity to show it off. He wasn't selected to be on the teams and whatever. And, King of Bots is its own thing. And I don't quite understand how it works. But, he spent a lot of money and a lot of time and effort building this pneumatic flipper, giant koi fish. And it was smashing to look at, looked amazing, was a flipper in a field of primarily spinners, and it was doing something different and barely got the time of day with it. So the fact that he's then brought it a new version of Sharko to BattleBots, which is also a flipper, I'm so pleased, and I really hope it gets the fulfillment of the fights that it deserves.
Yeah.
Because it really does deserve a lot of airtime. And I mean, Ed has had one hell of a year and deserves as much love, attention, praise, all of it. He deserves everything.
I have to say, I'm a bit gutted that they missed Shark Week this year with obviously BattleBots getting delayed as much as it did, because this is just perfect for it, isn't it? Like maybe
every week can be Shark Week with this thing here.
Really good. Okay. It's a phenomenal looking thing, and it's like, again, we've discussed before about other teams blurring the lines between Artbot and competitive robot. This is one that does that, because he genuinely believes he can win the giant nut with one of his machines, and I believe he can as well, because it's they've got potential.
I love how I love his robots, because they all have this handmade quality. This kind of, well, he's said it before, where like it's scrap. He uses scrap to build his robots, and and he ends up making it look so good. And this, I think, of all his robots, even the last Sharko, I love the aesthetic of this one. And I really think it's listed on the BattleBots website as being a grappler. So I wonder if they can use that.
Jaw lifts up high enough to get robots in between the top jaw and bottom jaw.
So I'd like to see the pushing power of this thing, if that's to be believed. I really am expecting some fun fights from this. I really hope we get to see it, because last time we really didn't get to see it, because it was one of those robots that kind of showed up late just to get a few fights in. You know what I mean? It was different tournament. But it's it was one of those bots that unusually, like, 2018 was a good year for them, being a first time team to this new era of BattleBots. I mean, Ed obviously has the experience of building everything under the sun, so I wish him the best of luck. I really hope that this thing stays in one piece, because it just would be sad to see its face get ripped off by anything, because it just looks the part.
I will just say, if anybody hasn't already, go and check out the Aquatic Machine Force Facebook page, because Ed is just magic at building things, and it's the best place to see him building. He's already building something new, which I believe is meant to be some sort of manta ray themed robot, which is already looking marvelous, and I don't understand how he's thrown it together so quickly. He is just incredible at what he does, and Sorry, Anderson, you were saying something.
There's only one thing that does concern me about it, being honest here.
Sure.
And that's that it's only wearing its COVID mask over its nose, not its mouth.
Put your mask on properly, Sharko.
It's wearing its COVID nose cone.
But other than that, I mean, any faults?
No.
I don't know how well. I don't know how good it'll be at self-writing if it can meet a flipper. Obviously, those chunky wheels are going to be a bit of a target, but I believe
the top fin is removable, and if that's the case, then I think they're invertible. So, we might see it do well. We might see it not. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Mon Bubbles. I've said this 1,000 times. At this point, it could be literally with Mon technology, it could be anyone's game. Anything can happen, and it's got as good a chance as everyone else. So let's good luck to it.
Absolutely. Now, next up, normally I would say that for the best looking robot, normally I'd say HyperShock is a shoo-in. I'm going to disagree this year, because I feel like Shatter has to win it this year, because oh my god,
it is just pure pornography, isn't it?
I mean, if you look at it last season with the mirrored texture, I just thought, okay, how do you improve on that? It just, like, that looks so good. They've somehow managed to do it, Bots FC. I don't quite understand what wizardry they've used to make it sort of iridescent mirrored, angled, armor. And then obviously they've got the big, really over the top, unnecessary chunky forks coming out the front as well. Oh my goodness me. Bots FC and Shatter. What a great robot. It just looks so good.
Yep. Jevan, have you noticed it's a sort of odd, uniquely shaped machine with front forks and a hammer, a bit like Evil Weevil. I just, going to mention that now.
What?
There is no correlation between this and Evil Weevil. Shatter, if I may, last season was one of two robots that was able to take Witch Doctor to 3 minutes.
Yep.
Which
being Death Roll.
The other being Death Roll, which there's no disgrace there. Shatter also ended up, I think, did quite well against Minotaur as well. Took them quite far.
Yeah, I mean the big win for them was the ablative armor, wasn't it? And
it was so effective.
Worked really well up until a point where Minotaur had managed to go through all of the ablative armor and found the metal underneath, which I believe they've improved upon for this season. So, you've got to wonder what anyone else can do to this thing.
They need more fights. Yeah. Okay, good. Test footage. Go ahead.
The test footage of the hammer in action for this year. Oh my God. It shakes the earth. Like when that thing swings over, not only does it plow through whatever's in front of it. I mean, we saw it hit, who was it? One who in excess of like 20, 30, 40 times. I think, I don't know if they made up a number of 50 something. I'm not sure, but this is going to go through anything. I think no armor is safe. Like with Quantum last year, it went through anything. This is this year's. Yeah, you've had it. If this hits you, you need to be looking at what internals have survived.
Yeah,
they have got a multitude of weapon heads as well, haven't they? This time, obviously, they didn't have that last time. We didn't really get a chance to see them show it off. I'm hoping this year we'll get to see different types of hammerhead on Shatter. With all that said,
I mean, I'm so really pleased that this team are finally getting the chance to shine. I mean, they weren't accepted for Modern Robot Wars with Mega Melvin, which I really liked as a concept.
I would probably hazard a guess that was due to cost in shipping it over, knowing
Quite
the
likely.
BBC.
They then had Blue on,
Cop,
on King of Bots and This Is Fighting Robots, which for some reason went out of the competition both times, and I'm still not quite sure how they managed to do that. They're finally getting a proper look. It's another one that finally get the spot in the limelight, and I'm excited for it to hit things again. It's also really, really pleasing to have the Mechanim monster back in action, and this thing is again doing something that other robots aren't in. It's Mechanim drive, and that's a big plus in my books.
It was really effective last year as well.
Yeah,
very effective. And I'll be honest, with going with what Steve said, I think those forks now, though, because they're so much bigger and chunkier, I think they have a much better chance of actually being good robot controllers and holding the robots in place for the hammer to come down and do the good hits that it needs to do. And also, another note, back onto faces. Tell me the front bit does not look like a face.
It does. The little angled front. It looks like a really angry little, 2 eyes and a mouth. Oh, dearie me. Right. Next up, we have Scorpius, or Scorpios, whichever you prefer. Once again...
Scorpios.
Very good.
Scorpio House.
Scorpios, for me, again, in the last couple of seasons, have been unlucky to not get into that top 16 bracket. They've always threatened to do so. I think they went 3-1 last year, and then who did they fight in the Win You're In? I can't remember.
Oh no, it was Uppercut followed by LockJaw.
That was it.
LockJaw. The upstarts who took the 4 wins away from them.
Yeah, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I think it was a surprise to everyone, including the teams. And then obviously losing to LockJaw in, I believe it was a judge's decision. I think LockJaw went up in Magic Smoke again, but
they actually have LockJaw winning by KO in 258.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I think it was very close to going up in Magic Smoke, wasn't it? Or it was going up in Magic Smoke as Scorpios died itself.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean,
anyway.
it was a close fight, and well, ish. I think Scorpios is another one that could do really well and end up in top 16 at some point. I mean, every season it's changing design slightly. I mean, this year they've really done the front fork things quite differently, and by looks of things, they've got quite sort of vertical
Yeah, it's got
bikes
like
this time
every year they become a little bit more exaggerated, don't they? Like the first season they were
Mm.
quite flat, and then last year they were a bit bigger, and this year they're a lot, more sturdy, as you say, almost
Yeah.
vertical forks at the front. They've
And I
kind
mean,
of
it's excellent to see because they're designed to control the opponent, to get them stuck on there so that they can bring the saw or the overhead spinner down.
Very good.
This season they've got the I caught myself. This season they've
Mm.
got the scorpion tail that has a flamethrower inbuilt to it, and that I love.
yeah. I don't think it'll be
probably-
terribly effective, but
I mean,
in terms
as
of
a grappling
aesthetic,
robot, as a grappling robot, I think it's going to do quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Scorpios is very good at controlling matches.
it is,
Um,
and it has very
so I
good
think-
ground clearance as well.
it does. Having an actual controlling weapon as opposed to an offensive weapon could see them do quite well. Obviously, the BattleBots rule set doesn't favour that sort of weapon type, but it'll be fun to see.
And as for like seeing faces and things, this one actually has a face.
It does, and I like the little red panel they put behind it to make the eyes seem more sinister. Like this is like Scorpios from the last two seasons' bigger, meaner brother. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Next
I
robot.
do expect
go on.
it. Yes. No, it's okay. I do expect it to do as well, if not better, than it did last time. It had all the makings of a robot that could make the top 16. I do concur that I like the serrated forks to the front now, where before they were kind of angled off to the side, and I don't know if that was something that deterred robots from kind of getting into the center. But it's just a really cool design, and it's cool to see more robots use this kind of idea. I mean, we have our Saw Blazes and we have our Scorpios, and it's just nice. It's just nice to see them back again. I'm glad they were able to make it this time, because this is one of those robots where if you just saw the reboot season 2 on ABC, you're like, oh, that thing will never work because it just stuck in the wall. But since then, it's really turned itself into one of the top contenders of the field, and I'm really happy for them. And I wish them the best of luck this time around.
I really want to see him fight HiJinx though.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
going to say it's the first time that Orion Beach won't be part of the Scorpios team.
Well, of course, he
Which is
designed it,
gonna
didn't he?
He did, which is going to be quite interesting, really, to see. He's away. He's passed it over, and Zach Lytle and I forget her name. That's very annoying.
I know who
Zach
you're about.
Lytle.
Yes,
Um,
the name will come to us at some point. Diana Carlson. Sure, that sounds about right.
right.
Correct us if we're wrong. Comments, please, because we probably are wrong.
Yeah, but they did really well with it last season,
Mhm.
and I'm excited to see what they do. That they don't have Ryan sort of looking over the top of them, going, "Oh, why are you changing that?"
Yeah.
They've made some changes that they wanted, and
The most important change of Scorpios this season is that they are now sponsored by a yo-yo company.
Yes.
they are. I love that.
After
Both
last-
them and a later
yeah.
robot.
Well, after their yo-yo off last season, they're now sponsored by a
Indeed.
yo-yo company, which is great. Which is things you love to see. Is that our next robot is the robot that High Five from Series 9 of Robot Wars wishes it was. It's Slapbox. God, do you remember when?
Hell yeah.
Do you remember when High Five was a thing? No, me neither.
Yeah.
No, it didn't last very long. Slapbox. I actually really like this.
I agree.
I don't know if it's just the colours, and there's just going to be so much. Like, if they get a backlight on this thing, it's going to look horrendous, and I'm here for it. I actually just really like the way it looks and seems to operate. It has that big. This is what I expected the new version of Duck to look like. Because obviously, for those that don't know, Duck.
Without
Yeah, obviously, if you remember, they actually did design and build an entirely new version of Duck for BattleBots in 2020. For whatever reason, I don't entirely know, maybe health related or what have you, I'm not sure. But Hal and the team decided not to go with Duck this season. Hopefully we'll see them again next year. But Slapbox reminds me of the original CAD that was released of Duck with the lifter weapon at the front rather than halfway through the body.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. I really like this.
Yeah, I agree. It's a fun robot. It's a team sort of led by the kids, I feel, and it seems like a design that they will have come up with and that the adults maybe have run with and built. and probably the kids have helped to build. I'm not sure. I don't know the actual backstory of this team all that much. I really like it. It looks like it could do very well and will be a wonderful substitute for Duck this season, I'm sure.
Yeah, like we got to see it at Robot Ruckus this year. There's a couple of fights online of it doing some pretty good fighting. That's also an arena that didn't allow spinners, so it'll be very interesting to see how effective this robot is against something that's got a little bit more kick. So, I mean, I like the idea of Slapbox. I like the aesthetic. I like the fact that we're going to see something similar to what Duck could have been this year. So I just hope for the best for them, and it's different enough that like we're gonna see it in the arena and be like, wow, that's like it's just one of those robots that it looks really cool. And I like the fact that they've really gone full Technicolor with it, because the one that was at Robot Ruckus was like, it did have some of that color, but I like it really gives it a lot more class. And I love the idea with the handprints all over it, and it's ready to slap box. Definitely.
I love the fact that no two wheels are the same color.
Yeah.
I think that's going to annoy some people, but I love it.
I feel like Anderson's going to be annoyed by the colours of the wheels.
Nah, I'm fine with it.
Just the pink one, right?
Well, the pink one's a bit shit, but
there we go.
As long as that's the first one that gets ripped off, it's fine. There we go.
I've just looked on the BattleBot website. It says we are a family team and children mostly created, designed, and built Slapbox. So there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Another interesting fact to note about it is they are, I think, very closely related to the Gemini team. Slapbox. Was it them?
Yeah, I think the Gemini team this year is comprised of people from Slapbox team.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening anyway.
Yep.
Maybe that would be a fun fight. Gemini versus Slapbox.
Hopefully.
See which family is best.
Yes.
Which bit of the family is best.
Well, they've had HyperShock versus Mohawk twice, didn't they? So.
And not technically family, but college. They had Overhaul Sawblaze, so
yeah, there's no reason why not. Right, next up is the man, the legend himself, Craig Danby. He's been about for all of the years now. He's an absolute top bloke if you've never met him, and if you have met him, then you're all the richer for it. I'm sure, Steve, you'll agree with me on that one, because he's
oh, definitely. He's the coolest. He's just a cool guy to talk to and hang with.
Yep.
It's cool to see that he's brought this robot to BattleBots, because man, has he done a lot of R&D on this thing. This probably has. I don't know publicly, but like I think this thing has been beat up more than most robots leading up to BattleBots, and for good reason.
I think he said in an interview for RoboNerd TV this year that this thing has been thrown off of ledges, it's been thrown off of moving vehicles, just to make sure it still works after having a big fall, and it does.
It does. The robot is Slammo.
Surely the curse will be lifted this season. Surely the curse will be lifted.
Right.
Slammo.
If any of his robots are going to do it, I feel like this is the one to do it.
It gives me so much inspiration, because...
Yeah, I have it top 16.
Really?
Fingers crossed. Like, if all goes perfectly, he fully deserves it.
Yeah.
He fully deserves it. And, this thing, it did really well at Robot Ruckus last year, I believe. It went...
This year.
Had 3 wins.
It was this year.
Last year. It wasn't this year. It was last year.
I know. This year.
What I mean.
It actually would have been this month if it was happening, which is making me sad now.
A year ago, potentially today, that it would have finished.
How about that? But back to the robot, if I may. It has 2 grabbing arms, 2 lifting arms. It can suplex. It can drive around. It has all of the power. It is very, very interesting to look at. It's interesting to watch. If you've ever seen footage of it, I recommend you go and do so if you haven't. They have so many different setups for it. It's like Craig has planned for literally everyone, which I suppose you have to do these days.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think Slammo is the one. It just really... there's a lot for me to like about Slammo. Obviously, not that I'm going to hate it anyway, but like Slammo is just phenomenally interesting to look at. And he has actually got some help this year. Obviously, he's been joined by a couple of guys. I can't remember their names exactly, so they'll have to forgive me. But
Andy Farmer.
that's the guy, Randy Farmer, and someone else. I can't remember the other guy's name. You'll have to forgive me as well.
Jason Brown.
This is why Jevan's here, because he just knows everyone, doesn't he?
Matt Eds. I'm just looking at the BattleBots website, mate.
Oh, fair enough. They were originally on the Bombshell team. So hopefully they can bring a bit of expertise and a bit of assistance to Craig. Obviously, Craig literally built the whole thing by himself. It's what he does. He's done it for years. He did it with Fox, of course, in Robot Wars. He did it with Foxtrot and Predator for the most part, and BattleBots. This, once again, is his work, but I feel like with a little bit of help and a bit of know-how from a team that, let's face it, as much as Bombshell didn't do particularly well in seasons 3 and 4, they did come second. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
You can't replace that kind of experience. So it's
one of the biggest sponsors in BattleBots as well. I mean,
the main
sponsor
sponsor
that sponsors the show.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of faith put into this, and I'm hoping that they do very, very well.
I believe. I'm a firm believer that Slammo is going to... let us not forget here. Like,
we do this every year. Like,
I know.
We believe in this one.
But I actually didn't realise this until very, very recently, that Craig, bless him, has never, ever got a TV win. Never, ever, ever.
You're joking.
Genuinely. He hasn't... Like, he qualified from the Melee in Series 8, but that was it. And you can't win a Melee.
That technically counts as a win.
It doesn't. You survived. I'm like, he hasn't. Okay, a 1-on-1 then. He hasn't won a single fight 1-on-1 which surprised me quite a lot. And obviously there was a lot of hullabaloo made when Gabe Stroud eventually won with Sabretooth. I want there to be the same kind of reaction if Slammo can get a win this year. I want there to be big, big fireworks and what have you popping off.
Just balloons falling down.
Yeah, I want it to happen. I want there to be, big reactions from everyone. I want to have people, celebrating the fact that, Craig, bless him, has finally got his dub. Hopefully we get to see it happen. I've got every faith.
Yeah.
I want to see him carried out on a throne.
I want to see Ray Billings'
just scored the winning goal, carried off the pitch.
I want to see Ray Billings' delivery robot that he has to deliver Tombstone, just carrying Craig around the pits for the entire day. That's what I want to see. Deary me.
As he wears a Superman cape and stuff.
Yeah. I'm not going to quote the hardcore podcast because I'm not that guy, but good luck, Craig. From the bottom of my heart, I really hope this is the season where we get to see what your robot can do, because we know you've got it in you, and let's make it happen, big man.
And it's nice to know that people are really using the BattleBots website to its full potential, where you see its favorite robot is Paul Ventimiglia.
And its favorite tool is Randy.
Its favorite tool is Randy?
God bless him.
Oh, man. Apparently, I've heard from some of the teams that he's still up to his antics in the pits.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
He is just a prankmeister general, and he is... he's the sort of roboteer you want to know. And,
he is. He's a great dude. He's a really great guy.
Big up Craig Danby.
Yep.
Yeah.
So from one very unusual robot in Slammo to probably the most unique robot we've ever seen on BattleBots in history, I think it's fair to say, it is Smee. Okay, that'll do. Smee.
Yeah.
Now, Smee is based off a beetle weight of the same name, I believe.
Yes.
Which is, it's literally two separate module robots, if you like, with a whacking great wedge plastered across the front just to confuse and make things difficult to hit, because it's so wide, you can't really get around it and hit the main body, basically. It's very tough to do so.
Yeah.
With the heavyweight version of Smee, they've also added two little spinners on each corner of the wedge to kind of detract and disencourage, let's say, teams from going near it. It's novel. It's very interesting. Yeah. It's very fun. I believe the entire robot also does pivot around the kind of joins in the wedge. I don't know how many pivots they ended up with. I think initially wanted the whole thing to do it, but I don't think it does.
Yeah.
But something completely original, something we've not seen in heavyweight class ever. This is exciting, and I like it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. It's sort of like if you ever wear a necklace and you took it off and dragged it across the table.
Yes.
Like, this is how I think it's going to drive.
Yeah.
Like it's just kind of like a loose chain going, like just wobbling around. You know what I mean? Because I don't. The idea of this robot, it says it's an entanglement device, which I find very interesting. But it's got this weird quality of two separate modules that drive the robot. What's differing, obviously, is the hinging part, where at least with the CAD, when we were first shown it, it's meant to like surround a robot, like something is supposed to attack the wedge, and then the modules are supposed to like go around and hit the sides, kind of thing. I just, I it's so curious. The weapons are puny. Let's just leave it at that.
They are token weapons. They are
Yeah.
there to appease the active weapon rule. Let's
Correct.
be very
Yes.
honest.
What's going to be interesting is that these two little modules, they need to be working in unison as best as they can. You know, if like say like one piece gets off the ground, like say this thing gets stuck in a shape that like they need to like constantly like straighten it out and get it going straight. I can imagine this thing being a nightmare to drive.
Has anybody ever played the sort of playground game Chains, where you tag someone and have to hold their hand, and then the next person gets tagged and has to hold on to the chain, and the chain just gets longer and longer?
Mm-hmm.
I can see this being the robot equivalent of that, because you know, if one decides to go one way and the other decides to go another way.
I was thinking, well, Sam, you'll appreciate this. I was thinking like a video game equivalent, like it's like Knuckles Chaotix,
Yes.
where like you're tied together and you can't go where you want to go, kind of thing.
Yeah, God, that game is awful. It's so bad. Don't play Knuckles Chaotix, kids.
I'm really hopeful that this is a design that worked well as a smaller weight class and can be upscaled.
Yeah, it can be translated. Like Huge did the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I want to see this fight Huge. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. I wonder if they can lock the hinges as well. Like, say, for a fight, like maybe it doesn't make sense for the robot to flop around in the wind.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's
like magnets or something.
Be similar. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
What do you think, Anderson? I know you've been very quiet.
It's me. You guys have literally summed it all up. Although I will admit I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Oh, go on then.
I've been pronouncing it Smare, because obviously of Crichton.
Smeg.
You're a Smeg. You know, that
Yeah.
He's a Smee.
He's a Smeeg.
It's a Smee.
Moving on from Smee, we move on to the third of the Waiachi trio. It is the son of Waiachi, which we didn't expect to see at all this season. It was retired, according to the team. It was flipped into the skip by Hydra, no less. And yet, here it is.
You can't be here. You're dead. You're dead.
This is the Undertaker at this point. I'm happy to see it. Like, it's not BattleBots without Son of Waiachi, is it really? And it always, no matter who, like, even if it gets battered in the arena, which it has done in the last couple seasons, it always puts on a good show. This robot is box office when it fights, and it still holds up. It still holds up. It's got the firepower. It's got it all. Son of Waiachi is box office, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. It's interesting to see it out of retirement, where you figure like last time it was its last outing, but this is another one of those like Waiachi kind of brings robots out of the woodwork just to fill out slots in the field, you know what I mean? to fill out the roster. It's like, oh, we just have this robot at home. Let's just put it back together and bring it back, you know, whatever. So it's definitely it's definitely not going to be their showcase, because it doesn't have all of the artsiness that the other two have. It literally just has stickers.
I mean, I was going to say, even that seems to give it more personality somehow.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure how. It's just TKO, and you know, even that is enough to make it, you know, pop a bit more.
The most important sponsor, of course, is Uddergun.
Yes.
Is it?
Uddergun.
Those that know, right?
Utterly ridiculous.
Very good, mate.
God.
I don't know how to, again, much like Bronco and ICEWave, I don't know to what capacity Son of Waiachi is fighting, but I'll be glad to see it either way. I mean, look at it. It's Son of Waiachi. It's an icon of the sport.
Not much else that can be said. You know what you're getting with Waiachi.
A tough fight. No matter who you are, you're getting a hard fought fight with Son of Waiachi.
Monsoon still feels the pain.
Yes, it does. I've seen that bent piece of armor off Monsoon from Son of War. Actually, it is something special. It really is.
I still feel the pain.
Rain down the pain. There you go.
Yep.
Next up is another new team with a robot which, when it was first introduced with its CAD, looked nothing like this, and all the better for it because the new version of this robot looks absolutely ridiculous and wonderful. It is Sporkanok, or Sporkanok, I should say.
Sporkanok.
First of all, representing the trans flag, big up. Second of all,
very cool.
I don't really understand what its weaponry is, but I like the cut of its jib. It's
a big old spork, isn't it?
Well, it is a big spork, but like, what does it do? Is it a hammer? Is it a flamethrower? Is it a lifter?
Clamper.
Well,
No,
it's a clamper.
no, that doesn't matter. It's just a spork. Come on.
Yeah.
It
does what it wants. It does what it wants.
Sporkanok. It does what it wants.
Yeah. The team captain Lilith had I think it's an ant weight this was based off of, and it literally was just a spork on an arm that just went over and hacked at things. Yeah. So to see it basically just explode into this beautiful looking, definitely different looking heavyweight. One of the things I do like about this one, besides the trans flag, which is really just a nice touch, and I like the dually wheels at the back. It gives it a really cool character, where it's redundancy, sure, but it's something you don't see, and it's I don't know how effective it's going to be. If it's a clamp robot or something like that with control, because we still don't know how fast that spork comes over, and it's. I don't really know what to expect from this one. We're yet to see how strong the lifter is. The front armament seems armament. What did I just do?
Oh, he said it. He said the word, guys.
In the room.
Steve Calabrese, or Calabrese, I suppose you should say. Come on now, yeah. You're better than this.
The armor on the front looks like it could deflect horizontals.
I believe it's made of lithium polymer.
Oh, stop it. All right, I'm done. Who's next?
It reminds me of a robot from the Robot Champions game. I believe it's called Stampede.
I see it.
It's this sort of elephant-esque robot, but, this one has a big spork on it. So, yeah. There you go.
It's nice. And, again, credit for a new team for taking an idea that they had designed and CAD'd and actually looking back and thinking, actually, we can do better than this and doing better than this. It looks good. Hopefully it's going to go good. I'm excited to see what Sporkanok can do in the arena.
It's another 1 month build as well. It's
crazy.
Pretty impressive.
This robot was shown off in some capacity at Robot Ruckus. It was kind of just hanging out outside the arena. I don't know if it was completely finished at this point, but there was a shell of it at least there, just kind of hanging out. But
I know the Sporkanok team threw something together for Robot Ruckus. It was, I think, made of spares and odd parts.
Mm-hmm.
And then, this is a world away from what they first built, and all the better for it.
Yep.
We will see how effective it is. That's one of those things. It is quite an unknown. So.
Speaking of robots being a world away from the first build, next up is Sub-Zero. Now, first of all, before we begin, I actually want to come to Anderson on this one because I think Anderson's got passionate feelings about Sub-Zero.
I love Zero. I love Sub-Zero. I love this thing. It's one of my all-time favorite modern BattleBots. I'll admit, in 20, beforehand, it was. I'm happy to admit that. But last season, when we saw it against P1 and we saw what it can actually do, I just fell in love with it. We said this earlier. This is my favorite style of flipper. This design. I don't know what it is about it. I just love the look of it. I love how it flips things. So when I saw that it was coming back this time around, and I saw promotional photos of it. Sorry, no, not teaser photos of it. Sorry, and it looked gorgeous. And of course, I see it now, and it looks even more gorgeous than I can imagine. Mm-hmm. I'm just very, very happy it's back. It's. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think this is how Bronco should be because it can actually turn. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, if we look at
turning circle is horrendous.
If we look at how it was last season, it got pretty much killed right out the gate against Cobalt. Cobalt did a real number on Sub-Zero last time because another team shirked the fight. We won't mention who it was, but I'm sure you know who it is. If you know, then you know. Sub-Zero didn't. They fought bravely against Cobalt. Yes, they end up getting their teeth kicked in because, let's face it, what didn't get its face kicked in by Cobalt last year, apart from Minotaur?
Endgame.
Well, yeah, and yeah. But, you know, Sub-Zero, for me, they've just gone on a real, like, rapid 180. Like, if you look at the 2018 one, the one that was, like, really long, it looked like the old classic Robot Wars robot, Storm Force. There was just a lack of there wasn't a lack of creativity as such. It just like, where was this going? You know,
it was stuck in like evolutionary limbo.
Yeah,
where, like we stopped it halfway through evolution. Like it was getting there, and like it needed to get through those weird years to kind of finally find its form. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this last season, obviously, they turned up with a robot that was very similar, like aesthetics-wise, to this season. And this season, they've turned up again. They're just little changes and improvements that just make it look so good. I'm really impressed.
Flipper is even more powerful this time round, which is just baffling. I mean, what I want from this robot is it to be the new Bronco, and you know, just be as powerful as it, but you know, with more perhaps thought put into its protection. Doesn't need all the big extras on top. It has faith in its armor capabilities and all that. It can turn a lot better than Bronco can, and yeah, it's such a good looking robot this time round. I mean, it was good last time, as Anderson said, it was good last time round, and their fight against P1, another entertaining moment, another highlight of the season, them flipping P1 out of the arena and then flipping the Minibot out as well. This is a really powerful machine this year. I mean, test box footage has shown them flip a tire right into the ceiling, leaving marks on the ceiling. You know, it can do no wrong for me in looks, and I'm just hopeful that it gets a really good outing this year.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss to say that this is a completely different team.
It is, yeah. It is a new team, I should say.
Yeah, because the robot was sold, and with Jerry Clarkin moving away from the sport, they got picked up by a brand new team, and I mean, it's just great to see. It's just great to see it back.
I believe he was the Logan Davis, the new team captain, was the primary driver of Sub-Zero for a good few years, nigh on 15. But
so not a completely different team. So there are some there is some carryover.
There's some lineage, but you know, it's somebody new at the helm and making the decisions and calling the shots. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do for Sub-Zero. And at the minute, it looks like he can do a lot.
Yeah, it's a marked improvement of what's come before it.
Yes,
definitely.
So,
and I do think this can get to the top 16.
Me too.
Cool.
Like, I genuinely think this could be one. Like, I don't think it's going to be as good as Hydra, but this is a solid machine.
It'll be better.
Well, no, I don't think so. Sadly,
watch it win, mate.
If it wins, then I will eat. If it gets in the top 16, I'll eat my own hair. How about that?
Well, you said it's going to win, so now it's going to lose, Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, of course. Yeah. It's going to lose every fight. It's going to lose everything. There we go.
There we go.
Okay,
fixed it.
A little peek behind the curtain here, ladies and gentlemen. We actually recorded this over 2 different days, and when we started recording this, I know, shocking, like you wouldn't have noticed, would you, with the seamless edits that we've done? Seamless. And when we were recording this in the first time, the next robot, Big Dill, was on the BattleBots website as The Big Dill. So it would have featured around about here. We're putting it here because it begins with the begins with the T. As we're recording it for the second session, if you like, obviously it's now listed as Big Dill. So it's right at the top of the list. Yeah. So we're doing Big Dill next.
I'd just like to point out, the image when I sent it still sent as The Big Dill. So
there you go, you see. It's contentious naming rights with Big Dill or The Big Dill, whichever you prefer. This is my favorite robot this season. I'm gonna say it right now. I hold no shame in saying it because it's Warhawk gone turned himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Look at this thing.
Now, the rabbit hole.
Oh, stop it!
Because if you look at the chassis, this robot is clearly last season's Warhawk main chassis, but apparently it's not.
Emmanuel Carrillo, or Carrillo, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly. But he was on both Team Mad Catter and Team Warhawk. Same was said for Martin Mason of Team Mad Catter. And he was heavily involved in the CAD process for both, well, for all of the machines that we have already listed, the Cat Kings, the Mad Catters, the Warhawks, and all that. And he's gone away and made his own team this time and brought the big deal, and that is why it shares a lot of design points from last year's Warhawk.
Yep.
And
it says in the interesting fact that it's a mashup of various robots they've worked on, so
which makes sense.
And this also fought at Robot Ruckus, didn't it?
It did.
Yes,
it did quite well as well, if I remember correctly.
It was one of the robots in the fight that broke the wall.
It was
fun.
It was against the Krusty Grab, I think.
I'm so gutted that they couldn't come, Krusty Grab.
Yeah.
I want to talk about a little bit about Big Deal first of all. This is no shade on the Warhawk team, but this interests me way more. This is way more interesting because Warhawk, for me, I don't mean this in a horrible way, but like it just didn't stand out to me. It was just another 4-wheel drive spinner. Like, again, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. It was an effective robot. Clearly, it made the top 16. It beat Endgame and Brutus in that Rumble. But it just didn't stand out. Especially when they went to the bar last year with the bigger red disc. That kind of stood out a little bit because it was quite a chunky looking weapon. This Big Deal is just chef's kiss. It's great. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Is it me or the forks are a little bit flimsy? Well,
I'm sure
I'll be honest, I haven't seen it perform, so I wouldn't really know. But it's just me, I guess.
I mean, we've not seen it up against the spinner.
No.
That can be said. But Robot Ruckus proved that this thing was pretty decent and very capable. It reminds me of a smaller weight class robot called Llama Sheen.
Yes.
Performed at Motorama this year, and very similar weapon setup, and you know that was a brilliant robot and did very, very well with this sort of lifting style. So, you know, I've got hopes for this. I'm not sure how high those hopes are, but you know, I think it could get a few wins this season at least. The issue,
I think so too.
The biggest issue for the Big Deal is that it isn't favoured within the BattleBots ruling because it doesn't have a damaging weapon. And I know they've made changes to sort of adjust that, but I still feel it's going to be it's got an uphill battle, let's say. It's got to try really hard to get those wins and turn over robots that shouldn't be turned over, your Sons of Waiachi and your Perfect Phoenixes that don't have a way of getting back over. Those are the robots that they're going to want to be facing and knocking out in that respect. Those that can self-right, which is quite a few these days, I feel is going to struggle more and will just need to be more aggressive and more controlling throughout the fight. Which I think it's perfectly capable of doing, to be honest.
Absolutely. It is. I don't know. I just like it. It's great. It's great.
The aesthetic is there. It's not overly complicated. It does what it needs to do, and I think it's going to cause a few surprises this year, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's also our second green and white lifter. So there you go.
Yes.
Next up is a robot that's participated in the last 2 seasons of BattleBots. It's also fought out in China as well under a different name. It is the Team Tantrum. Well, not Team Tantrum, but the robot is called Tantrum. The
angry duck.
Well, with the wedge on the front, certainly. I'm getting big concussion vibes from this robot in the best possible way. As well as
it's
that,
it's orange and a similar shape, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. As well as that, they've done a couple of changes that really inspire me quite a lot. First of all, they've still got the actuated spinner, which I think was a great idea last season, but they've angled it down so that it'll hit lower on the robots, therefore launching them higher into the air. Secondly, they've got a really cool... Yeah. Secondly, they've got a really cool Shremek, which is the two fists that Tantrum has always had and kind of worked with. But the best part is the fists shoot fire. This thing's good. Great.
This robot is just aesthetic. It's amazing, and I'm here for it.
Have you guys seen? I don't know. I think it's on the team's Instagram page, but there's a picture of Tantrum in Beta's wedge.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
I'll see if I can find
it. This robot is so small. It is tiny. I can't stress enough just how compact this robot is. We will find a picture and put it in the video here. There you go.
It's insane. I've been lucky enough to see this robot in person, and I can verify this thing is a tiny boy.
It's so small, and yet it oozes personality. It has such thick armor. Like you're going to be struggling to get through it. Tombstone struggled to get through it a couple of years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Tantrum for me has just evolved in such an impressive way, and it is now. It went 2-2 last year, so there's no disgrace there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay, maybe it didn't, perform to the level it, possibly could have done. The weapon needed refinement still, but it was a new concept, and they've gone away and they've looked at the concept and they thought, okay, how do we improve this? And they've done that. It's very clear the evolutionary path that they've gone on with the machine, and it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
And they were relatively successful in China with Fighting Champion.
Boxing King.
Boxing Champion. There we go. But it's got makings of improvement. I still want to see this punching weapon work. I know we're big fans of the duck, the angry
the duck. Bill. Yes.
But from past designs, and I mean, there's a couple of robots that have put a wedge out front that has made it difficult for other robots to actually get hit by said weapon. Where it seems like you're almost better off sticking your weapon out as far as possible to have it contact, because everything's going to hit the wedge first. So I mean, Witch Doctor found that out, for example, in 2018, where instead of having this feeder wedge into your weapon, you're better off just sticking your weapon as far out as possible to get the most bite that you can. So that's going to be interesting, considering what configurations they go with each fight. Obviously, the more defensive scoop at the front would make more sense if you're fighting like a Tombstone or anything that's got any real kick. I mean, this thing has such thick armor, as we've said. It's gonna take fights the distance. I have a weird suspicion that this thing ever gets knocked out. I mean, there was that fight in 2019 against Yeti where it nearly went the full 3 minutes. So. I mean, I'm excited to see it again. I just really don't know what that little disc is going to do. It's got such a little tooth. That's the only thing that bothers me about this particular robot.
There's not much bite, is there?
It's not going to throw things over. It doesn't look like. But we'll see.
2018, before the season aired,
19.
we got a teaser. 2019, sorry, yeah, before the season aired, we got a teaser video of a mystery robot. And there was just this bit of metal that went flying out from behind a curtain.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Tantrum's weapon that did that.
Yeah, so where was that?
That's the potential.
Where was that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that was. I think it might have been set up so that would happen.
Yeah.
But, it has the potency and it can do it. It just didn't do it. And I think that was a case of they didn't quite have their angles right with the spinner, or I don't know. I'm sat here in my armchair doing some engineering, and I think the new look version is going to be more successful. They're improving on it every time, as you've said.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for Tantrum.
Yeah.
Yep. Me too. I'm very excited for Tantrum. Our next robot is, a bit of an unknown, a team that's come back, several times. They've never really amounted to anything. It's Tombstone. Obviously,
come on, man.
I'm joking, obviously.
It's
Tombstone.
Next.
Tombstone.
What can't be said that hasn't already been said?
Yep. It came in the top 3 last year. Let's not forget that. With a robot that is really, at this point, it's old. Tombstone. Obviously, it's a new robot every year, but it's an old concept, but it still works every year. And that's why you've got to love it. You've got to love
Don't
Tombstone.
break what isn't broken.
Yep.
Don't
They've obviously
fix
got
what
that.
isn't broken.
I did like the one thing, the only thing that I will point out about Tombstone that is fairly new is obviously they've got so many different weapon bars this year.
Weaponry.
The red bar looking like the original run of the Hexbug toy with the angles.
At last.
Yeah, it's fun. He's obviously decided, much like Beta copied the Hexbug toy, that Tombstone have decided to do the same thing. Tombstone last year had a weapon bar that had a few nicks in it. It was the silver one, I think. And basically it had a few chips on the end. So what Ray did to balance it is just made the exact same chips in the other side. It was just ridiculous. And what a guy. It's Tombstone. I think there's not much more we need to say about them. I know people will probably want us to talk about Tombstone a lot, but we're not going to do it. It's Tombstone.
What can be said that already hasn't?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
This. I mean,
you know what you're getting. You know you're getting the most destructive bot to probably ever fight in the American circuit, honestly. And it's gonna dish out the hits, and it's probably going to take them too, as we saw last year. So what's interesting with Tombstone is like it had a couple of fights that really pushed it. So I mean, the rotator fight's gonna stick forever. And the Gruff fight is going to stick. So there are robots that can push it the distance. It's just whether or not Ray's gone back to the drawing board with all his new weapon bars to really evolve an old design. It's just impressive that the fact that this thing has been on top of the sport for so long.
What I want to know is who the Mad Max guy is in the team.
Right?
Who doesn't want to know who that is? I don't know who that is.
Oh no.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the brand new team who, again, weren't going to compete in BattleBots 2020, planned to do so in 2021, but because of the world and the situation that we lived in, they actually managed to complete ahead of schedule. It is Tracer.
Yeah.
Tracer is based off a guy from Overwatch, I think. Is that right? Am I right in saying that?
That's
yeah, well, I can sense the name, but I can see, like, on the robot itself, there are traces, like PCB traces over the robot, and I guess maybe that's where the name comes from, too. I mean, yeah, it's Tracer. It has a nice big looking Drisk.
That's not a Drisk. No.
It's just a spinner, isn't it?
An American tries the term Drisk.
I don't know.
It's a chunky bird, isn't it?
It's something. It's
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what else I can say that would bring more to this robot. It's a compact looking machine. It looks like it's got some really chunky armor. I don't know what the mini bot's supposed to do. Is it just supposed to be an annoyance?
I can give some more information on Tracer because I know a few things
Sure.
about it. So
Yeah.
the main thing for the main robot that makes it different is that all of the armor is mounted off of a single sort of pole that runs through the spinner out the other side, and all of the armor is attached to that section. Whether that works or not is yet to be seen. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see in the main season. But it's all attached to that single mounting point. The mini bot is called Needle, and it is the first of its kind cam lifter. So it can lift 500 pounds plus per fork. It comes with a quiver of different forks. Apparently, I'm reading off the Facebook page. The two front fork things can rotate, and that's how it lifts. Instead of it, just sort of raising up and down, it rotates it up.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Off the ground, and can be an annoyance that way. I mean, in that setup, I'm not sure how the BattleBots rules are with it, but if it takes it off the ground, could they claim that the other robot is immobile like that? I'm probably going to say no. It counts as a pin potentially, but
right,
kind of like with Nuts 2's mini bots.
Yeah, it's going to take it off the ground enough for Tracer to come in and smack it up a bit. It's an interesting setup.
It is.
I'm intrigued by it.
It's unique, that's for sure.
Is it invertible?
The mini bot?
No, I'm talking about the main one.
The mini-bot is.
Okay. Because to me, it looks like it's just gonna. It looks like it's just gonna fall over heavy side disc down if it flips over. So I don't know.
I can see wheels poking out the top of it, but
Yes.
whether they can still drive the robot, I don't know.
Yeah. We will see. Weight distribution is a thing.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on from Tracer, we have a team that actually ended up in the top 16 last season. Would you believe?
Yeah. What?
We've lost Anderson.
No.
Damn. God damn it. We gave all this way. Normally, it's been me all week, by the way, who's been having problems with their connections, but Anderson is gone. Anyway, Uppercut is the robot who we were talking about. Uppercut in the top 16 last season surprised quite a few people. I think surprised them, really, because they were a new team from MIT. So, a school which has pedigree in BattleBots. Obviously, we had Overhaul come from MIT, and so did Sawblaze. And so did Brutus once upon a time.
Yes.
Uppercut kind of turned a few heads last year with actually how fairly competent it was. It was pretty good. Oh, Jevan's gone too. That's not good.
No.
We're
it's
all
not.
Dropping like flies.
What is happening?
Uppercut for me last season showed just how good a simple design can be, because like Monsoon, it has a kind of similar style to Monsoon with its kind of mounting of its weaponry. But it was fixed, whereas Monsoon pivots.
Right.
And I think that really helped them, the simplicity. And I think, Uppercut's greatest strength maybe isn't necessarily the fact that it's the best robot. It's the fact that it's very effective at what it does. It doesn't, it doesn't promise anything it can't give.
I'll be honest, I completely underestimated Uppercut last season. Like, I didn't expect much from them. I thought that the spinning fist was a gimmick, and the bars sticking out the side made it look unfinished, and all this, that, and the other. But it proved its worth. It proved how well it could do, and it was a beast.
It was really good. It was really good. It didn't, as I said, it didn't promise anything it couldn't deliver, and it delivered when it mattered. And they got into the top 16. Yes, okay. They were seed 16. Yes, okay. They got in on a win and you're in against arguably the easiest match with Bloodsport and Melga Max, but they've still got to win it. They also beat Scorpions. Yeah. They also beat Mammoth. I can't remember who else they beat. They beat someone else as well. But the point is, Uppercut got results when it mattered last season, and
they beat Breaker Box.
That was it. Beat Breaker Box as well. So you can't really discount them. They have to be respected. Like, that weapon connects with you, you can be done.
Yeah, people had fun with the shape of that weapon, honestly.
Yes, they did.
And here's the thing, like it's not like it didn't work. The one thing that does worry me about Uppercut, and maybe hopefully they've gone, because I don't know how they've gone to address this, where like when it would hit things, it would kind of fly on its side and then have to kind of weeble wobble back down to kind of get back on the attack again, and that kind of leaves you open for attacks yourself. So I don't know how they've addressed that, if they've addressed that. So we'll see this season if we see a Uppercut do as well as it did last year. I think it's fair to say it was a surprise. I do see the similarities with the Monsoon aesthetic, where if you flip it over, it's still basically the same robot. But it's,
although this season they're definitely going for the Tauron colours, aren't they? If anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Uppercut and Tauron in the same room before, so we'll see.
Oh, hey.
We'll see.
There you go.
Next up is the original Undercutter, Valkyrie. Valkyrie, for me, this is a big season for them. And I'll tell you why, because nothing to take away from the team, because obviously Valkyrie is a very destructive robot and has proven to be so. It's always kind of flattered to deceive. I've always kind of thought, like the first season, okay, yes, it was getting things going. It was their first season with this robot, and it needed a bit of time to bed in. Last season,
it steadily improved over the 2018 season.
It did,
didn't it?
And then I kind of
better and better and better.
It did,
yeah.
And in 2019, I thought Valkyrie was going to come in and start, properly getting some wins on the board. It beat Ragnarok. It beat Monsoon, which is a big scalp. But then it also lost to HyperShock fairly comprehensively, and I can't remember who else it fought.
It fought Petunia and won.
It did. That was the fight that was never ever shown. I remember.
Right, and then it also says it fought Quantum, but Quantum.
That was the winners you're
the
in.
win and you're in.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, there
I
you
mean,
go.
they had a show in the top 16 last year.
They did.
Let's
They
not
did.
forget that.
They did.
But alas,
I was
a British
expecting a
bot
bit
took them
more.
out.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
expecting a bit more. I don't know what it is. It's a big season for them. With a weaker field, I think Valkyrie should be quite comfortably getting into that top 16. And I think it will, because it's a phenomenal machine, and that new weapon looks disgusting. Like I'm scared of it. I don't like just looking at it makes me a bit queasy. But I think it's a big season for them.
Yeah. I mean, on looks alone, Valkyrie
the new
looks
look is
absolutely gorgeous.
Whew.
Absolutely gorgeous. I think they've said that they've gone for a sort of Star Destroyer look from Star
Yes,
Wars.
I like it.
Yeah, it does have that look.
And it just looks amazing. They've got several different weapon configurations again. Sweet Caroline is no longer. They have Sour Caroline this year, which is this dirty looking green bar, and very excited to see that in action again, because I think Sweet Caroline was one of their more
Effective.
successful
Yep.
setups. Yeah, definitely more effective. It has potential to go a distance, and I mean, remains to be seen if it can go the distance, but certainly has another look at the top 16, I think, if this robot is as good as it was last year.
It definitely has to drive to get there. I think that's one of the weaknesses that we've seen with Valkyrie, with the spinner being so big. It's definitely one of those. Like when it hits things, it's the control aspect that needs to be
the weapon potency isn't
focused
in
on
question,
this year,
right?
Not at all. Not at all.
They borrowed some stuff from the Ribot team, didn't they?
The sticky
to put on their
wheels. Yes.
And I'm hoping that they've gone away and thought, well, to be honest, that worked, so let's do it again. I'm not noticing on that picture, but you got to hope that they are looking to do that again, and hope that their traction aids them this time.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Moving on. So this team are the biggest trolls out there. So the robot is war easy, okay?
Yep.
Which, for all intents and purposes, like this isn't a shot at the team, because I would copy them too. This is HyperShock we have at home, okay? Like, nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with that, because HyperShock is wonderful, and if you're going to take inspiration from another robot, which I personally believe they have done, and it's a great choice, they've taken inspiration from HyperShock. That's the way I look at it. The thing that really bothered me when I first caught wind of this robot was the name, War Easy. I was just like, what on earth is going on with that? Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't like it. I want it gone. Since then, they've explained where the name actually comes from. It was a joke.
I know too.
It was a joke from the team's surname. Their surname is Juarez.
Yep.
And that is the name of this robot. It's Juarez. It's War Easy Juarez. And
so
they've
silly.
mugged us all. They've mugged us all off. I feel very stupid. I apologise profusely to the War Easy team, and fair play for mugging off myself, mugging off Jevan, mugging off Steve and Anderson. We have been made to look like utter fools. And War Easy, you are big brain. There you go. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's a perfectly acceptable, good-looking first-time robot. I'm impressed with the fact that it's, considering it is literally one of their first robots ever, isn't it?
This is I think it's their first robot combat outing ever. So
it's not bad, is it?
It looks pretty competent. I mean, it's like HyperShock rear-ended Whiplash. And as you say, if you're going to copy anyone, you go for the best. And I'm glad you agree that HyperShock's the best. And
well, best looking, certainly.
I have seen some test footage of this thing, and by God, that spinner hits with some power. You expect a first-time spinner to be, perhaps a little bit weaker, maybe. Not really that good. This thing, no, you couldn't tell that this is a first-time outing, other than the fact it's quite boxy. And there's nothing wrong with that, to be honest. There's a lot of boxy BattleBots out there, and this thing is like a tank. I think this is going to be one of the robots that a lot of people are going to overlook, and it will surprise a few.
Yeah, it kind of with the boxy feel, like it gives me an aces and eights kind of look. Like it has that red and black kind of feel. The big advantage I think this has over, say, a HyperShock is the moment of inertia. That blade is going to be higher because you got more weight away from the center of rotation, and it looks like it's got some serious bite. I will say that in the first footage that we saw of it, at least the first footage that I know we saw of it, was in that robot fighting from home thing that Chris Rose did with all the teams. And it didn't look like it was spinning up real fast, but that's another one of those things where, like, it was it was on the street, so maybe they didn't feel safe about spinning it up.
I think for that video they weren't spinning up to full pace with the robots.
No.
Bearing in mind they were all driving straight at the camera. I mean, you wouldn't want to accidentally smack your camera to bits. So
no, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Well, the Bloodsport in their footage kind of showed us how to do that.
Yeah.
But I am excited to see red HyperShock in the arena against yellow HyperShock. If they don't do that, they're stupid. But it's cool to have the robots that look basically like little RC cars that drive around, and it just looks like they're fun to drive, and that's definitely the aesthetic here. That was the aesthetic of HyperShock being the most fun RC car to drive in the BattleBox. So it's good inspiration. I wish the team well for their first outing. For your first outing to get a heavyweight put together is just beyond me. Mm-hmm. So I give them all the credit in the world, and I wish them good luck. So
yeah, me too. And hopefully we get to see them perform fairly well and competently in the box. I just for the fact to make us look stupid, even more stupid, I want them to do really well. Yeah,
make me look like a dumb.
Dearie mate. Next up is the penultimate robot of the list. I know you've probably all got numb bums at home, and appreciate you for listening to us for so long. Next up is Whiplash. Whiplash were in the top 8 last time, top 4 the season before. I mean, what can you say about Whiplash? Thing that I don't really... The profile of it looks smaller, but the disc looks bigger. I don't know which one it is. It might be both.
We've spoken about it sort of being quite caricaturesque.
Yeah.
It's almost like a cartoon version of itself, which may not necessarily be a bad thing. It looks like they've optimized the bits that needed optimizing. They've shrunk the bits that needed shrinking. The wheel's certainly a one piece now instead of the big tires that they've had before. Maybe that is helping with that look. But, this new version looks like it has been optimized to
perfection.
Within an inch of its life. It looks very good.
They've come close on a couple of occasions now. Last season, as we mentioned earlier, they only lost to Tombstone and Witch Doctor, which is they took Witch Doctor to 3 minutes. I think, did they? No, they did. I can't remember.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did take Witch Doctor to 3 minutes. Okay, fair enough.
I believe they did.
Yes.
So we got a fact earlier wrong. Sorry, that happens. Obviously, they lost to Bite Force the year before. Again, no shame there. Whiplash is one of those which I think it's top 4 candidate for me. It just has so much going for it. Matt Vasquez, I mean, what a driver. He every year just pulls something crazy out the bag. He obviously beat, Son of Wachi last year, beat Minotaur, ended up beating... Who else did they beat last year? They lost to Witch Doctor.
They beat Texas Twister.
Yeah, they beat Texas Twister.
And they beat Son of Wachi.
Was that last year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was last year.
Oh, God.
Minotaur, Son of Wachi, Texas Twister, Witch Doctor, Huge, and Tombstone.
Of course, it beat Huge as well, didn't it? Wow.
It did. What a run.
Whiplash is going to be up there for me.
Yeah.
Top 4 potential.
That's no argument. I feel like that's a solid bet.
Yeah. And God bless Matt Vasquez as well. He's such a lovely kid. We've obviously spoken to him a fair number of times.
Countless times, yeah.
It was actually his birthday while BattleBots was out there filming. And I dropped him a message, wish him happy birthday. He said, looking forward to talking about the new season with you guys. Yeah. So he'll be back this season. Don't you worry. We'll have stuff to talk about with Matty with Whiplash, because obviously we want to know, what the design process was and what have you.
Yeah, I'd like to see more knockouts.
Can it win?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I think it's possible with because we've seen promotional pictures and pictures from the pits of there being a full-blown lifter version of this robot.
There's something new about it. They've got that new setup as well.
Which may be a completely separate robot. I don't know if it's fully built. We can ask him about that because I know how I feel about that. But in any case, harping on that, I wish him luck, and hopefully he can get over the semifinal curse that he's just. Well, I mean, that's as close as he got, and he went out in a spectacular fashion against Tombstone, which seems to be his kryptonite. So. Hopefully this year. Surely. I know. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the one.
Absolutely. And finally, the last robot to look at is last year's highest ranked machine that's still here this season. It is the Galately's and Witch Doctor, which not everyone knew that they were going. I don't think they knew they were going until the very, very last minute.
They were in an RV doing a big tour of America, and they went,
let's go down.
Yeah, let's do BattleBots.
Yeah.
Get the team together. Here we go.
Yeah, Witch Doctor is, as you remember it from last season, for the most part, it's got a slight change maybe to the back armor. It's a bit more solid now rather than the webbed effect. I'm sure they've got the webbed effect if they want it for more armor up top or up the front with the spinners. Witch Doctor last season were so good. They were so good, and they only I think they were on top against Biteforce until that Shremek got damaged. I think they would have had it not got damaged. But that's what you go against the best robots, and you have to be at your top of your game. And Witch Doctor just made a small mistake.
They were taking the front forks off. They were.
There was one left. There was one left.
Yeah,
and just caught the wrong angle, and it was a shame. But then brought it back with the Remars event, and which technically filmed after the main season had finished. So potentially a step in the right direction. They really thrashed Bronco in that,
and Tombstone.
They killed Tombstone, in a quite a big upset. I mean, this Witch Doctor is potentially it is the best one they've made, and I think it has the potential to go all the way.
I was going to say, can it go one better than last year? It was so close, and obviously, yes, maybe a little bit fortunate to get past Death Roll in the way that it did. But obviously, remember they were stuck on the floor for a good while. But Witch Doctor this season, you can't underestimate them. Obviously, yes, in the past they've lost to Red Devil, and that was quite the upset when that happened. But since then, they've kind of gone back and they've reassessed and they've thought, hang on, okay, how are we going to optimize this design and what can we do?
Yeah.
This robot last season was so good, it wouldn't surprise me if they just turned up and blew away the whole field, to be honest with you. They are that good, but it does depend on the draw, and it does depend on how prepared were they as well. That's the thing, because obviously it was quite last minute. I think it was the week of, they said, oh yeah, we're going. So we'll see. We will see, but it's intriguing nonetheless.
I mean, to be fair, HyperShock built on site. So, if it, and they always do. So it doesn't really mean much if the big teams like HyperShock, like Witch Doctor, say they're going the week of, they can afford to do that, and they'll potentially pay the price. Who knows? But this year has not been what we'd exactly call normal, and they made a decision there and then to go for it, and they may pay well from it, taking a title home as well, potentially. Who knows?
There's every chance.
One interesting thing with Witch Doctor is I think this season they're going to look to try to make their fights quicker, because it seems like when problems start to show up is when you get past the 2-minute mark, where things start to smoke and burn up, and we've pushed the robot too hard. So it'll be interesting to see tactics this year, trying to get fights maybe more over and done with. But I mean, you can't not rate them highly. I mean, you don't come runner up all the time, considering the field last year was pretty strong. So I give them huge chances to, if nothing, make the final again, or at least make the top 4.
I mean, second place seems to be a bit cursed anyway at this point in time. I mean,
yeah,
we had
Minotaur.
few years ago. So Bombshell's absolute sort of stinker of a season following. I mean, they did beat Tombstone in that season, so they made the top 16 again, but 0-4 and then 0-4 again the following year, and then as you say, Minotaur had a really difficult start to the season last year, having come second the year before. So, it's not all plain sailing, and they're only
going to get tougher matches, right, as well, because of the fact that they're higher rated. They're going to get tougher matches.
Definitely.
So. We will see, but that is it. That is BattleBots 2020, and once again, we are three people. Anderson is a fourth, who we have some experience in robotics, but not to the level that these guys haven't. Also, to that end, every team that went this year, a massive credit to them, because they put on a season which not everyone, I certainly didn't think was going to happen. So thank you, first of all, to BattleBots, and thank you to the teams who went along and hopefully put on a very good show for us to go and watch later in December. Obviously, for those that forgot or don't remember, I went for the winner to be Endgame. Steve, who did you go for to win?
I went for... Who did I go for? Let Jevan go first, because I forget already.
Well, I went for HyperShock. I believe you also went for HyperShock, Steve.
I think I did go for HyperShock. That's right.
There you go. So, and Anderson, of course, was Copperhead, which, again,
yes,
a bold choice, but a respectable one nonetheless. But that is it. We'll probably do a top 16 prediction at some point. I don't know when that'll be, but we'll get to it as best we can.
Further into the season, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you that are wondering where Robocast NewsWeek has been for the last few weeks, there wasn't any news the one week, and then the week before, something else got in the way. And this week we're getting this. This is making up for it. I hope. Anyway. But with that said, I've been Sam Elliott 64.
I've been Steve the American Killjoy.
Anderson was somewhere, and I've been WorldOfWoodrow.
And we'll see you throughout the season for some more fun with BattleBots. But until then, take care, stay safe, and see you later.
Bye.